Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to extend welcome to all our 4 centers, आर्या कॉलेज जयपुर एंड JIT जयपुर. तो इनके लिए तो खंबा घनी, सबसे पहले राजस्थान में बोलते हैं खंबा घनी. एंड PDM इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्निकल सॉल्यूशंस गुड़गांव. तो आपको नमस्कार और जो हमारे यहाँ पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनको भी नमस्कार. तो एक बार इनसे नमस्कार करवा दीजिए, फिर शुरू करते हैं. JIT.
हेलो सर, गुड मॉर्निंग.
गुड मॉर्निंग जी. खंबा घनी बोलिए जरा. घनी खंबा. ओके, कैसे हैं आप लोग?
एकदम बढ़िया सर. आप?
ओके, बढ़िया जी. तो आर्या कॉलेज.
मॉर्निंग सर.
हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग जी. स्वागत है जी आपका आज के सेकंड डे में. तो कैसे हैं आप सब लोग? तो आज तो अटेंडेंस कुछ अच्छा लग रहा है. ओके. तो PDM इंस्टीट्यूट. हाँ जी, नमस्कार. आवाज आ रहा है हमारा आपको?
हेलो.
हेलो, आपको आवाज आ रही है क्लियर?
जी सर.
अगर आवाज ठीक आ रही है तो हाथ उठा के बताइए आवाज ठीक आ रही है तो.
हाँ जी सर, बिल्कुल ठीक है.
ओके ओके ओके, क्योंकि आपकी आवाज हमें पूरी ठीक नहीं आ रही.
जी सर, हमारी तो बिल्कुल साफ आ रही है.
अच्छा, चलो थोड़ा और दिल से जरा नमस्कार करें तो और ठीक आएगी. वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्निकल सॉल्यूशंस गुड़गांव. हाँ जी, नमस्कार. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. आप अकेले ही हैं क्या? पीछे जो छुप गए हैं कुछ लोग हैं, नजर नहीं आ रहे. अच्छा, ओके. Okay, so on the second day of this program, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. तो सबसे पहले तो आपको मैं शेड्यूल आपका आज का बता देता हूँ. आज के शेड्यूल में थोड़ा सा चेंज है. The expert Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma, who was to join us on the afternoon session, she will not be able to come today because she has to go out to station. So she will be joining us tomorrow in lieu of today. And similarly, Mr. Amit Goel, who was to take session now, he will take in the today afternoon. He's got some occupancy. So that means in the forenoon, both the sessions will be taken up by me. This session I will continue for types of disaster, and in the second session, that is after the tea break, we'll talk about disaster preparedness and what are the disaster management plans and how these are executed. So yesterday we had actually talked of various types of disasters and also we discussed about the various worst disasters which have occurred in the world in the last 7 decades or so. Now coming forward from that, we will take up that how this distribution takes place. We talked of the disaster under 5 categories, if you remember, 5 categories. So now let us see that which type of the disaster occurrence is more. In the year 1900 to 2009, that is the averaged out data, the occurrence of events all around the world, hydrometeorological disasters constituted 77% of the total number of disasters, and geological constituted 12% and biological constituted 11%, and the number of total occurrences shown in the table. Now if we see the trends, we mentioned that the events of disaster are on increase from the earlier happening. So this means that the world is becoming more vulnerable to the occurrence of disasters. If we see that occurrence of events in 1900 to 2009, that was 73, and between 2000 to 2009, that was sorry, 1900 to 1909. So that means 1 century before it was 73, and after 1 century, 100 years thereafter, it has come to something like 4500. So it's a very tremendous increase in the occurrence of disasters, and we can see that it is more than 67%, but that is comparison to the uh, recent past. If we see the recent data, what has been happening from the 2000 to 2012, uh, I have actually taken up only some of them, not all of them. So in the year 2000, we are putting under three tables. The first table is showing you the damages in terms of US dollars in billion. That means in $1 billion, what were the total damages which were accrued because of the occurrence of disasters. These uh, these figures have been reported by individual countries based on the estimation of the losses occurred, and they are properly documented. Then the second column would show you the number of persons affected in terms of million number. So whatever figure is, if you multiply by 1 million means 10 lakh. So many of the millions. And the third column shows you persons killed, number of persons died because of the disaster. So if you see from 2000, the damages were 61 billion and 174 million people were affected, and the number of people killed were something around 16,666. If you please have a look at the table, because this is self-explanatory. Now you can see that in 2009 there was a reduction in the occurrence. The damages were also the least among, if you take the data for these 12 years. In 2009 the damages were least, that was, but the least damage itself is 50 billion US dollar, which is again a very huge loss, terribly huge, 50 billion US dollars all around the world. The number of persons who were affected were something close to 200 million persons. So that is the least occurrence. 200 million persons affected means it's a very substantial data. So means that more or less, if you see, compare with the geographical population, we'll conclude that as an individual you will know somebody who is affected by the disaster, more or less. There's a likelihood of the chances. You might not have been directly influenced by that, but you will come to know across a person. And the least deaths were 15,264 in the year 2009. Contrarily, you could see that in the year 2010 this went multifold high, and the number of people increased to more than 3 lakh, from 15,000 to 3 lakh of the people, which is you can see among those 12 years it is the highest value. And then next least deaths were in the year 2004. So if you analyze the data, you will find out that there is I can't really make out that every year there is an increase, but if you average out for the last 2-3 years or 4 years, then we'll come to know about the trends happening. I'm sure that if you being some of you, those who are simulation students, they know how the hydrological data is estimated. So we always take out the long number of years to come across some fair values estimation. That's what actually even meteorological departments do. If we see the further classification based on the climates, so in climate related disasters from the year 1980 to 2011, the occurrence of flood was highest, something close to 3,500, followed by storms. Now when we say storms, we include basically also cyclones, hurricanes, etc. in the broader terms. Then followed by droughts, 470 number of droughts occurred during this period, and extreme temperature 395. Now what really is extreme temperature? So it's a extreme temperature means the temperature is either on higher or lower side beyond the endurance of the normal human beings under the existing living conditions. Okay, so that is quite surprising, probably mm, because it forms a substantial number, 395, 400 number of the persons having died because the only extreme temperature condition. Now, if you would further see this data, you'll find out that the deaths were more, probably you would expect the deaths were more in the underprivileged countries like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, or even maybe African countries where you have a lot of population who is poor and cannot afford to means to counter for the high temperature conditions. So if it is winter, they may not be having good clothing and shelter which is necessary for the protection. But I'm going to show you that this even occurred in the developed countries. Now a little change from the climates. If you see that which are the most affected countries in the world from the disasters in 2012, and that trends actually hold good even today, you'll find that Asian countries are the largest in number, and the top one is China, where 23 number of disasters occurred, followed by Philippines 20, and USA ranked third. US is very huge country, so, and in compared to India, it's something like more than 3 times of that. So if the occurrence is just 17, it's not 3 times or in the terms of the geographical area. Then Afghanistan, Indonesia, which are relatively much smaller country, and Japan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, which are again the countries of very smaller size, they are included. They find unfortunately the place in the top 10. So you could see that barring USA and Russia, all other countries belong to Asia. So this means that the Asia continent is the highest vulnerable continent as far as the disasters are concerned. Now this is based on the total number of occurrences. And if I segregate, the US doesn't have that kind of earthquakes, more number of the earthquakes. They suffer from cyclones and tornadoes most. Whereas countries like China, India, they suffer from earthquakes, floods as well. And even India, of course, suffer from the tornadoes as well, cyclones. Now, if coming from that value, where we just showed you, I showed you the 10 countries. If you see this table now, where we say that total number of people killed and affected, we are not saying just killed separately, we are clubbing them, killed and affected by natural disasters per 1 lakh inhabitants. Per 1 lakh inhabitants. Because if you want to make a comparison, because each country has a different population, each country has a different geographical area. So a country as small as Singapore, if only the earthquake occurs, so the death toll may be 5 or 6 probably. The same earthquake in India would have 5,000, 6,000. So if I really want to make some comparisons, I have to put them on some comparison data, some basic level. So if you consider that for per lakh of the population, how many numbers were affected, you will find that Somalia, Gambia, Chad, Zimbabwe, Angola, Malawi, Guatemala, Kenya, etc. They find the place which they never find in the top 10 countries in terms of the occurrence of disasters. How so? Why so? The number of disasters are not much higher in these countries, except the Philippines, of course, which found the the place in that list. The reason is if whether Somalia is a rich country or poor country. Somalia, Chad. If you have been looking to some, even any news, I believe if you are exposed to any news channel or reading through net or seeing that, you will have found the pictures of, the starved people, children, छोटे बच्चे जो होते हैं, starved, कंकाल जैसे, they are from these countries. So they are the countries, actually most of them, which are extremely poor, very poor. So even feeding the all citizens of the country is a big problem there, and they suffer from drought-like condition. So Somalia doesn't figure in the top 10 in terms of occurrence of disaster, but Somalia figures in the top of the affected people. So that is the reason, because they are ill prepared. They do not have the backup resources. They do not have the backup resources. So it's something like, if you have a daily wage labor in our country, so he will earn something like 300 rupees, and when he goes back to his house, he'll buy some sugar, tea, dal, or something, those kind of things before he reaches home. So they work on something like daily basis, or maybe 2 days or 3 days, but absolutely not more than a week. I'm sure about that. They do not buy ration for whole of the month like the way we, do. So likewise, these are the countries, where, a daily, feeding them is a challenge, big challenge. So the message is that the ill prepared countries, because obviously they don't have resources, they're not prepared to meeting disaster. So whatever happens will affect them most. So underprivileged or underdeveloped countries will have most effect of disasters. So as we mentioned earlier, the Asia is the highest affected. So in terms of human loss also, you can see that in 2002 to 11, 62.6% of the overall, this table shows that if I say out of the 100 people killed worldwide due to disasters, so 62.6 were from Asia in the year 2002 to 2011, and the figure slightly grew in 2012, 64.4. In Europe, something like nearly 13 people died. 13% of the people who died due to disaster belong to Europe, and in America in 2002 to 11, 23.2% was the population, which was reduced to 10.6 in 2012, and the 10-fold increase is observed in case of Africa. So despite that, the increase in the occurrence of number of disasters is not 10 times in Africa. So just what we were discussing right now before this table, that is actually the impact. So despite of that, the number of occurrences are not much in Africa. Unfortunately, in terms of the people affected, that is quite high. Latest one, 2015. So last year's data, it's very last year's data, which were the 10 most devastating disasters. The Nepal in our neighborhood is one which is still fresh. Earthquake which killed 8,831 people. Now this is what the second one is, France. I'm sure you are not expecting this figure. I'm sure most of you didn't expect this, that heat wave in France would have killed so many people. How many of you still remember heat wave in France having occurred? Yeah. But did you expect it was so much devastating? Now what we are now facing is 40 degree or 2, that is a heat wave for them. Because so heat wave is they experience that, and people are not able to tolerate those high temperatures, because all the human beings wherever they live, they acclimatize to that kind of environment. So body is acclimatized to that. So what is, maybe comfortable for us at 38 degree, it is extreme heat for them. So unfortunately, there were 4 cases of heat waves. You can see there, heat wave in France, heat wave in India. Of course, India and Pakistan, we are one among the regular sufferers from heat wave. So 2,248 people. Then Pakistan, and also in Belgium. Belgium is in Europe. So European countries last year had a terrible time from the extreme heat temperatures, and that has actually forced environmentalists to still go for some more stern measures to implement the accords or policies which have they framed out among the various summits. Remember, last year there itself was a summit in Paris. And then the landslide in Guatemala finds one place, then 2 floods in India, they find place among the top 10, and third flood is in Malawi, which is, I believe, in Africa. So you can see that unfortunately India 3 times listed in the top 10 affected disasters in 2015. Number of people affected, Democratic Republic of Korea was the highest. Now that could be surprising. You see, last table the Korea was nowhere. Okay, so we'll just see what actually it is about. That's why I'm showing you the figures, because they may be a simple data, but they have quite intricate correlation among themselves. So Democratic Republic of Korea, which didn't listed among top 10 in terms of number of deaths, had the most affected people in 2015, somewhere close to 18 million, 1 crore 80 lakh. And India were followed by India 16 million, Ethiopia 10 million, Nepal 5.6 million, Bangladesh 4.4, then Philippines, Malawi, China, Guatemala, and South Africa. Guatemala, Nepal, Bangladesh, India, Philippines, they were there in the last table, but Korea, South Africa, they were not there in the last table. Now, this is, anyone can explain why it could be? Anybody? क्या reason हो सकता है? What could be the reason? The simple reason is that if you see, Korea is a developed country. They are smaller countries, but relative to India, they are developed. Not that India is still developing, because we have huge population and we have a lot of developed areas. We have some underdeveloped population also. So,
अरे
JIT, you have some issue about the connectivity or something else? JIT? Hello?
now it's clear, sir. Connect.
हाँ जी, JIT, कोई आपका कनेक्टिविटी या कोई साउंड का कोई इशू तो नहीं है? आपको सिग्नल ठीक आ रहा है?
जी सर, अभी प्रॉब्लम थी, अब सही हो गया है।
अब सही हो गया, ओके। तो आप अगर ऐसा होता है तो आप टेलीफोन करके बता सकते हैं।
ओके,
हमारी तरफ से ठीक है। देखो, हम तो ये एज्यूम करते हैं कि अगर बाकी एक सेंटर में कहीं प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो हमारी वजह से नहीं है, यहाँ से सबको जा रहा है सिग्नल। अगर चारों में आती है तो फिर हम मानते भी यहाँ से कुछ है। तो आपको कहीं पे किसी को ऐसा लगता है, so please communicate on telephone. Our team is ready, not 24/7, but for the whole period of the program they are there. अभी 24/7 का एक जोक आया था। हाँ, Okay, so now because Korea is a developed country, so they are more or less well equipped actually to counteract to the disaster occurrence measures or disaster mitigation measures. What are those? We will discuss separately. What are these things? तो उनके जो बिल्डिंग्स हैं, जो उन्होंने सिस्टम डेवलप किए हैं, तो उन्होंने लार्जली उसमें ये सारे कंपोनेंट्स ऐड कर दिए हैं। अगर अर्थक्वेक है तो अर्थक्वेक को रेजिस्टेंस बना दिया है, कहीं फ्लडिंग का है तो उसको रेस्क्यू टीम रिस्पांस सिस्टम स्ट्रॉन्ग कर दिए हैं। So that means their response and action is better, due to which they are able to save the human lives, right? But the same things are not that good in less developed countries or in some nations where the occurrence is very high. So that is why that some countries will find the top place in terms of number of people killed as well as affected. So as I said, Ethiopia, Nepal, Bangladesh, Guatemala, Malawi, they are all underdeveloped and less privileged countries. So obviously the effect is higher. Now, surprisingly, in this table, so this table will show you US on the top. Now, you can see things are changing. US never figured in the last two tables. Now it suddenly comes on the top in terms of economic damages. So highest losses, and it is nearly 1.9 times the next one, that is China, which suffered 1366 billion US dollar losses in the last year. That is 2015 data. So USA में 2500 billion dollar का loss है, and US we know is the most developed countries, and followed by third is Nepal. So if Nepal is third 517 with the kind of population, with the kind of its economy, it's doomed. It's more or less doomed. It find doomed for before it could come up again. UK 360, India 330, child. Now child is another surprise entry again. Child was not there in the last two tables. Australia was not there, 240. South Africa, Philippines and France, they were of course on the place. Why come, what is the explanation that USA leads this table? But USA was never there in terms of...
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Hello, sir, JIT. Sir, in USA you have shown that it is on the top in this table, but it was not there in the losses of man wise in your last tables. Because of the MEDC, this is most economically developed country. So their economic losses are more. In Nepal and India, they are LEDCs, like lowest or less economically developed countries. That is why the facilities or the facilities provided by USA for this kind of natural disasters or any other type of disasters, they are facilitating people to save lives. And in lowest economically developed countries, they cannot be facilitate people to save lives. That is why this is in the top of the
Yeah,
table.
yes, absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Because being a developed nation, they can, incorporate the measures to mitigate disasters. They are also able to evolve system which give them, good alarming system fairly in advance, and they are able to, do the evacuation or take measures that when the disaster is going to strike, they are able to counter in a better and effective manner. But the basic thing is that still, despite they are well prepared, so they are able to save the lives, or they are able to, counter for the measures and do the evacuation from the affected area. But despite of all that, they cannot save the economic losses. So much is the devastation and intensity of the occurrence of natural disasters. तो अगर वो कैटरीना साइक्लोन हरिकेन आता है तो वो बिल्डिंगें उड़ा के ही ले जाएगा, वो उसको आप नहीं रोक सकते. You can make actually the building disaster resistant. You cannot never be able to make them disaster proof from any consideration, particularly to the earthquake, because that becomes terribly expensive and near to practically impossible. And second thing is, we must appreciate the US is one of the largest area in the whole of the world. So when the area is large, obviously the coverage is large. When the area is large, the coverage is large. So more number of occurrences do happen over there. And when the more number of occurrences of cyclones and other disaster occur, so obviously the losses are going to be higher on that side. But as rightly said, that they are able to save human life because of better disaster preparedness and disaster response systems. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your interaction and joining. Okay. Now, this is a figure which is, I am sure that you will not be able to read on the screen, but let me give you some kind of explanation. You can see, I know you can see the colors. You can see the colors, right? Pink color you can see, green you can see. So I can identify color and tell you what is from 2010 backward in 1980. I'm not going to spend much of the time on this, but if you see that the Jammu and Kashmir, the major problem was that of a cloudburst in 2010. In Uttarkashi, it was earthquake in 1991. Then in Chamoli as well in 1999. Uttar Pradesh faced floods in 1998 and 2005. Likewise, if you see the Maharashtra, then it suffered from earthquake in 1993. Gujarat suffered from cyclone in 1998. Bhuj earthquake in 2001, we all know that. The floods occurred in Punjab in 1993 and 1996, and some region of J&K faced avalanches in February 2005. Likewise, AP suffered from cyclone, floods, and all those kind of things. And tsunami occurred, we all know that. Now here you will see that in this particular figure, some of our regions are exposed to some type of disaster and others are exposed to different type of disasters. So if you see that the earthquakes, they hardly you will not find earthquake coming. You will not find it listed something like in Tamil Nadu or in Karnataka or Andhra Pradesh. They do not suffer from earthquakes normally, but they are more limited to earthquake occurrences, more limited to the northern part and towards Gujarat or Maharashtra side, right? So cyclones are not occurring in the northern part of our country, but gradually when we talk about different type of the disasters, we will see how different regions in our country are covered. In India, 57% land is vulnerable to the earthquakes, more than half, and 12% of them are vulnerable to occurrence of severe earthquakes, means they will be very devastating, or they have been actually. 68% land is vulnerable to drought, 12% is vulnerable to flood. So you can see the you might actually reading more about the floods than the droughts. I'm sure about that. So this figure might be surprising for you, that when I say 68% land is vulnerable to drought, that's not my figure. Let me tell you, it's as I was mentioning you that NIDM has worked hard on that for a couple of years, and they have come up with these kind of the data. So I have just taken this data from those reports. So 68%, that's something like 5 times more than that exposed to flood, but yet we hear more and read more about the flood occurrences. Why so? Because drought is a kind of more silent type of, so we do not directly see the effects of drought immediately. We see them, they are creeping effects. Then 8% is vulnerable to cyclones. So that is the only coastal area in our country they are subjected to the cyclones. So that is why this percentage. But you could see that more or less, we can feel जैसे हमारे कल्चरली है ना, हमारे पास बहुत सारी वैरायटी हैं कल्चर की, लैंग्वेजेस की, ऐसे हमारे पास डिजास्टर की भी टाइप्स की सारी वैरायटीज हैं in our country. So what really goes about different types of disasters? Very old pictures, and this is for the some of them actually you can very quickly make it out कि कहाँ की हैं. Anybody can figure it out? This is from कुछ फोटो तो बहुत देखी होंगी भुज वगैरह की, उत्तरकाशी floods and Bhuj. Everybody and must have seen these pictures. So now this is also the effect of earthquake. Single story building, mostly we believe multi-story building are more affected. So as you learn more, you'll find more interesting features coming up. So this is an extremely old picture. It looks like that it's not an earthquake, it looks like that of a tornado. Do you see that? If I had not written earthquake, probably somebody might have thought that's a kind of cyclone. But this is a photograph of such a big earthquake that during its occurrence, when the building fell, lot of material just went damaged, and just because of the impact it got into the atmosphere, and at that time actually this picture got taken. So it's a more than 40-year-old picture. Earthquake could trigger some other problems also. So I just wanted to highlight that. For example, because earthquake will result into demolishing of your systems, maybe a water supply system, maybe electrical system. So they can trigger off other disaster like fire. अगर आपका वायरिंग डैमेज होगी, कनेक्ट गलत हो गया अर्थक्वेक से सारा, तो फायर भी हो सकता है. आपका कोई केमिकल स्टोर्ड है तो वो स्पिल हो गया, so that can lead to the other kind of problem. So that's the emphasis we want to give, that earthquake can trigger more problems as well. So our neighboring country Pakistan, a few years before, and the recent one in Nepal. So that shows the complete devastation having occurred, and that's we often think of the buildings, but it's many other structures as we mentioned. So this is a road structure which is demolished due to the earthquake, and a wide gap or gorge being formed because of the separation movement of the earth on two sides. Now we'll shortly discuss each that a bit explanation and about something about what is scientific explanation of their occurrences. What really is an earthquake? We all know that the buildings shake when the earthquake occurs. Some items will fall, the building will get damaged. So basically, this is a series of vibrations on the Earth's surface caused due to seismic or elastic waves which are generated, and the cause of generation is sudden rupture within the earth during the release of accumulated strain energy. That's a definition. And there are some couple of things. First thing is, it's caused by the vibration of Earth's surface. The second is, it will occur when there is a sudden rupture. And third is when you say due to release of accumulated strain energy. What really strain energy is that when you actually stretch out some something, so it will get stretched. Or for example, आप एक इलास्टिक बैंड को स्ट्रेच करते हैं तो वो स्ट्रेच होता जाएगा, जब उसको आप छोड़ोगे तो सडनली it will hit you back, if one side. So it is able to get strained out, it is able to change the dimensions, but when the break occurs, then the whole strain energy would be released in a very short time. So that causes the impact. For example, what is the impact? Normally you have if you load a particular place with the gradually increasing load, then it can bear some type of load, some amount of load. But if the same amount of load you will place it suddenly, it may fail because of the impact. So that means the effect of impact is much higher than that of a gradually applied load. So likewise, when the strain is released suddenly, that impact is very, very high. How the strain is built up? We have the Earth is a very huge mass. I'm going to show you the figure, but we can. The Earth is a very huge mass, and we have this huge mass is not a uniform mass. So we have some kind of blocks being formed. So one big block resting on the another, right? So if you have say two bricks, you have resting on each other, and one brick you just move and it falls, so it will give you very high impact. It will damage you more. So likewise, if you consider that very huge blocks are there, and Earth is moving, we all know that Earth is moving. So Earth is having two type of movement. One is about its own axis, and the second is about its axis around the sun. So during this movement, these movements further gets flared up. अगर जहाँ पे वहाँ पे मूवमेंट के चांसेस है, तो ये दोनों मूवमेंट से वो थोड़ा थोड़ा इंक्रीज होता जाएगा. अब एक ब्लॉक जो है दूसरे के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है लेकिन लूज है, तो पुल डाउन हो रहा है, लेकिन एक पॉइंट होगा कि वो उससे एकदम सेपरेट हो जाएगा. So when it gets separated out and before it settles back, because of the huge momentum is product of mass into acceleration. So when we are talking of very huge mass, so momentum is very, very high. So this means that when the strain release, that's called the strain release, जो आपका relative motion में built up हो रहा था, वो suddenly जब separate हो जाएगा, तो all this energy would be released out. That will cause the earthquake occurrence. So earthquake occurrence is basically because of the tectonic plates which are moving against each other. Faulting is considered as immediate cause. If you know the geology, we have studied faults and faults, right? So faulting is one of the immediate causes of the earthquake, and due to the constant movement of plates, deformation is caused, which I just explained. In our direct correlation, we have Indian plate which is moving in north-northeast direction and colliding with Eurasian plate along the Himalayas. So that is why in this region because they keep on moving, और जब एक earthquake आएगा तो दोबारा उसको सेटल होते में, दोबारा होने में कुछ टाइम लगता है. You never know, because the second position which they have acquired is again a stable one or not. So it could be further unstable, so you could then expect the earthquakes being repeatedly occurring in those areas. This is what really occurs. You can see that we are talking of two plates, for example, and this plate, one plate is moving relatively, it's a relative motion. So this plate is moving away towards and this is moving away. So at their point of contact, point of contact means surface of contact. It's not a single point of contact, we are talking of the surface contact. So this strain is being built up, क्योंकि ये मूवमेंट जो है ना प्लेन मूवमेंट नहीं है, ये मूवमेंट तो हो रही है लेकिन वो दोनों आपस में रगड़ खा रहे हैं, तो उसके अंदर वो स्ट्रेन बिल्ट अप हो रहा है. तो जब उसको एक पॉइंट पे आके वो झटका लगेगा, सेपरेट होगा, तो वो एनर्जी रिलीज होगी. And in the second figure you can see that this is showing you the center from where which can be considered to be the center. जैसे हम विंड लोड या हाइड्रोस्टैटिक फोर्स का एक सेंटर निकालते हैं ना, बिल्डिंग पे लोड है तो 1/3 ऑफ द हाइट से वो लगाते हैं. लाइकवाइज हियर आल्सो विल हैव ए center from where the energy is released. That is called the epicenter. So you can see here that from this that is called actually hypocenter. There is a difference in hypocenter and epicenter. Hypocenter is right the point of occurrence, and epicenter is the point which is projected at the surface of the earth. Right? So earthquake occurrence from the hypocenter, you can see the waves will travel outwardly, and the energy would be dissipated. Now what really happens is that in case of the earthquake, the waves will move through the contact of the material, right? So their movement in will depend upon the material through which they are passing. We'll study little more than that later. Now that shows you focus is in the ground. You can see the figure here also. Hypocenter is focus is same. That is the place of occurrence. So this is below the earth. It is below the earth, and epicenter is the point if you project it vertically above. So the place of occurrence is focus or the hypocenter, not the epicenter. Epicenter is you just because हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, मान लो लखनऊ से 50 किलोमीटर नीचे आता है, लखनऊ में आ गया, लखनऊ पर आता तो नीचे 50 किलोमीटर है, तो हम ये तो वो 50 किलोमीटर नीचे वाली जगह तो डिफाइंड नहीं है, लखनऊ डिफाइंड है. सो विल से द एपिसेंटर वाज लखनऊ, बट दैट मीन्स दैट द occurrence point of generation, central point of generation was below Lucknow. How much distance? That you need to know. वो सिर्फ टेक्निकल लोग ही जानना चाहते हैं भी उसका कितना था डीप फ्रॉम द अर्थ, हाइपोसेंटर क्या था. बाकी आम लोग तो लखनऊ में आ गया, पर लखनऊ में सरफेस पे नहीं आता, हमेशा नीचे ही आएगा. So that is where you can see that the faulting is shown, and somewhere when the faulting when the energy was released. Well, this is the vulnerability chart. If you know that we have divided this in five zones we have divided, and now probably they are limited to 4. Okay, तो ये जो आप देख रहे हो अभी आपको इंडिया का नक्शा, ये पूरा नक्शा है, इसमें अब कुछ ऑक्यूपाइड है वो हम नहीं बात कर रहे. नाउ यू कैन सी दैट यू कैन सी द कलर्स वेरी विविडली. द सिंपल थिंग इज अगर इसमें मैं डिटेल में जाएंगे तो काफ़ी विविड डिस्क्रिप्शन है कि कौन सा कितना इंटेंसिटी का है. बट ऑन एंड ऑन जनरल यू कैन सी द डार्कर इज द कलर, द मोर इज द वल्नरेबिलिटी. सो यू कैन सी दैट J&K, all the northeast area, that is the most vulnerable, and then some area on the coastal Gujarat and Maharashtra, they also fall into that zone, and the remaining part is central India or south of India, and they are relatively free or less prone to the occurrence of earthquakes. So northeast is the most, then J&K etc. You can see Uttarakhand etc. and Punjab, and Chandigarh is finds place here. So Chandigarh is somewhere near zone 4, I believe. That is again high. So you are sitting in a high danger earthquake. The entire Himalayan region is considered to be vulnerable to high intensity earthquake of magnitude exceeding 8 on Richter scale. The last time we Chandigarh experienced was something like 5.3 or 5.7. So anything below 6 is tolerable, but when it exceeds 6, then it becomes problematic. Globally, earthquake result in loss of about 50,000 lives every year, and earthquakes over 5.5 magnitude, they will progressively damage property and human life. What do we really mean by progressively damage property and human? There are, progressive damage you need to understand. One is a sudden damage. See, say earthquake intensity 7.5 or 8. 8 is very strong, of course, even 7.2, 7.3 comes, so it will immediately result into the damages, whatever would take place. But an earthquake of 5.5 will not result into those damages, right? So what it will do is that it will, reduce, it will have a damaging effect, weakening effect on the structures, weakening effect. Now if it is repeated shortly, फिर वो फर जो वीक हुई है बिल्डिंग या स्ट्रक्चर वो उसको और वीक कर देगा, और अगर वो रिपीटेडली वीक कर देता है तो चौथी पांचवी बार वो उसको तोड़ ही देगा. गॉट इट? जैसे बहुत सारी आपने कहानियां सुनी है कि पत्थर के वो कैसे घिसते हैं, तो आप लगे रहो लगे रहो लगे रहो, बहुत टाइम बाद वो थोड़ा घिस ही जाता है, सिंगल अटेम्प्ट में नहीं घिसता. So that kind of effect is called actually progressive damage to property and human life. We have some more actually data, but I think I can skip probably because we earlier also showed you some good data, latest one. Then okay, coming to floods. Some pictures from abroad also. Mississippi flood in 2001 were very damaging. In southern Asia, I am showing you the deliberately those from other countries. अपने तो आप you read across and know about that. In August 2002, and this also resulted in flooding. The river burst their banks in Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia. This picture probably will put you at a doubt whether it is a flooding, but yes, it is a flood. Scotland 2002. I mentioned earlier as well that when we speak of disaster, it's very interesting that again the relative standards of living, they become some parameters to measure the effects of disaster. जो एफ्लुएंट कंट्रीज हैं उनकी जिनके लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड्स बहुत हाई हैं, तो उनको थोड़ा सा भी डिस्टरबेंस हो जाता है तो उनके लिए अफेक्ट करता है उनकी लाइफ को सीवियरली. अब अगर हमारे ऐसी कंडीशन होगी, बॉम्बे में हुआ, हर 2-3 साल बाद हो ही जाता है, तो एक बार बहुत ज्यादा तो गाड़ी छोड़ के पैदल निकल जाएंगे, तो वो उसको ऐसी छोटे मोटे वो 1-8 फीट को कुछ नहीं मानते, हो तो कोई चक्कर नहीं है, राइट. बट अगर इनकी गाड़ी नहीं चलेगी तो इनकी लाइफ स्टैंड स्टिल हो जाएगी. So that is why I have deliberately included this figure that in affluent countries, advanced countries, the mild deviation from the normal can also be is termed as disaster. What is the parameter of defining a disaster? Say when we say of earthquake or flood, how do आप, मैंने अभी आपको पीछे number of occurrences बताई टेबल्स में, तो उसका पैरामीटर क्या है, किसको हम टर्म करेंगे, कौन सा earthquake 3.1 का आ गया, क्या we will say it is a disaster, या फ्लड अगर 6 इंच की आ गई तो उसको डिजास्टर बोलेंगे, क्या पैरामीटर्स हैं उसके. तो वो जो फिगर हमने टेबल में दिखाई थी, सो मैनी अकरेंसेस, 300 से 17 साइक्लोन्स और चाइना में 23 नंबर डिजास्टर्स. तो वन पैरामीटर actually I remember is that of the number of deaths having taken place due to the occurrence of disaster. So अगर 10 or more death होती हैं, then it is taken into record as a disaster. 10 or more deaths. So if that is what we are saying, if the earthquake comes in a population area जहाँ पे कोई हैबिटेशन नहीं है, अंटार्कटिका में आ जाए तो उसका क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, कितने वहाँ है, 100 लोग तो होंगे तो मरेंगे कितने. So despite of the severity of its effect, so that are the parameters how you define the disaster, sir. Mumbai 2005 was the worst case. Now here we will come back when I say of the floods. If you remember, in 31 categories, एक तो था flood और दूसरा था urban flooding. Flood and urban flooding. What is the difference between the two? Flooding is when the water level on the ground rises above, because of, usually it occurs when the downpour is heavy. The second reason could be it spill out from the rivers or canals because of the heavy downpour again. And third reason could be the sudden release of the water from the dams or storing bodies for certain safety reason, or like in 2000 Parchu Lake case, if you remember, in Himachal, that happened. So a lot of water was released. Urban flooding is occurrence of flood in built up areas or populated areas, and the main reason of that is that because of so much the building activities or construction activities, you have caused the natural flow of water to be blocked, number one. The second is that your drainage system gets choked up. So it is a kind of man-made disaster, it's not a natural disaster. Urban flooding is a more man-made disaster. So due to those reasons, the water is not able to follow the natural course of flow. अभी एक छोटी सी हम बात करें, जैसे अगर हम मान लो NITTTR इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में जो हमारा ग्राउंड है या जितना भी हमारा जहाँ पे मिट्टी वगैरह, अगर हम उसको कवर कर दें, ढक दें, सारा पक्का कर दें, रोड बन गई, पेवर ब्लॉक लग गया, कुछ भी हो गया, तो क्या होगा, जितना पानी आएगा बारिश का वो नीचे तो जाएगा नहीं. अब नीचे तो जाएगा नहीं, सीपेज नहीं होगी तो इकट्ठा हो जाएगा. तो एक छोटी सी भी बारिश आएगी तो वो भी फॉर सम टाइम फ्लड क्रिएट कर देगा, राइट. So that is actually the example of urban flooding, because you did so much kind of the developmental activities that the natural movement or the drainage of the water was blocked, which will result in raising of the level of water. That's what actually happened in Chennai last year. It was a case of urban flooding, right? So this is a case of urban flooding, not a natural flood. Picture from Kedarnath, yes. This is a novel measure to be safe during flooding. Doesn't cost you much. वो पहले बनाते थे ना शिकार करने के लिए, शिकारी बनाते थे ना अपने जंगल में, ऐसा बनाते थे अपने आप को बचाने के लिए कि अगर शेर आ जाएगा तो उसमें घुस के साइड से बंद कर देंगे तो बच जाएंगे, सेफ. So that's a kind of bomb made of bamboos. So it's just providing a platform a little above that. So some people can, the youngsters, they find even the disaster to be a source of recreation. तो बच्चों के लिए तो ठीक है, वो कुछ ना कुछ ट्यूब लगा के कर रहे हैं. They are oblivious of whether the sugar at house is dissolved by disaster, so they are easy out there. Floods and flash floods. The most common of all natural hazards, and flooding also is triggered by other disasters, other natural disasters, that is storms and hurricanes. If you remember, we put वाटर रिलेटेड डिजास्टर की कैटेगरी हमने दिखाई थी. तो स्टॉर्म उसके अंडर शो किया था ना, हरिकेन उसके अंडर शो किया था. दिस इज द रीजन बिकॉज they are not accompanied simply by the movement of wind. They are accompanied with the carrying of huge quantity of water, and what will happen that जहाँ पे वो जाके हिट करेंगे वहीं पे वो सारा पानी उधर जो है नीचे गिरा. So that is resulting into the flooding. So floods are triggered due to other natural disasters like storms and hurricanes. Srinagar 2014. It's a kind of mix up of natural and man-made, because there were man-made errors, so that resulted into floodings. Of course, naturally also the downpour was very heavy, and the same military who evacuated them and saved them, today the same military is facing the anguish and anger from those people. What really are the causes? Heavy rains, when the river overflows, when the ocean waves come on shore, like in coastal areas it happens in Tamil Nadu, in our country, or when snow melts too fast. तो जब एकदम फास्ट मेल्ट होगी तो बहुत ज़्यादा पानी आ जाएगा, and then it will result into flooding. So in hilly areas that also happens, and in Europe as well such kind of flooding takes place, Russia etc. Or when dam or levees break. Flooding may be few inches of water, जैसा कि हमने स्कॉटलैंड वाली फिगर में बताया, or it may cover a house to the rooftop, and floods that happen very quickly are called flash floods. Flash flood is occurrence of flood, जैसे इसमें आया था उत्तरकाशी, we remember 1.7 lakh deaths were reported due to flooding in 1980 to 2000, and India is ranked 1. Again, this is a wrong area, we are ranked 1 in terms of physical exposure to floods, and relatively vulnerability rated high for China and India. They are the most two. China में आप अगर देखोगे तो वहाँ पे flooding बहुत common है. This is interesting. What are categorization? 5 categories: periodic, seasonal, flash floods, river floods, and coastal floods. Periodic floods, like in Assam, we have something that they are known to be happening repeatedly over a period of. So periodic flooding, they are predictable. जैसे असम में जो होता है अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, it is predictable. We predict they are going to come. So they are called periodic and seasonal. In this season they are going to happen. So they can return every month, every year or 2 years, so you know them all. Then river and flash floods are not predictable because they happen suddenly, usually after a big storm or a dam break. VREAK. Coastal floods is one because this will make more damage because it is accompanied by hurricanes. So you have another element of disaster which is being added. So the multiple effect happens because of strong winds and flooding. So they cause more of the havocs. So these are the regions of flooding in India, and we know that even despite the average rainfall is around 50 mm, but there's a significant variation. Some of the region receives less than 50 mm, and some of them receive more than 3000 mm per. So that causes where the heavy rainfall areas like Western Ghats, Khas Hills, Brahmaputra Valley, they are more subject to the floodings. almost all river basins in our country get exposed to this kind of condition, and the problem is that the rivers do not have the capacity to carry that amount of water. Now, because there's lot of variation in India, we have a very concentrated period of receiving the rainfall. We all know that. Of course, over a period of years, they have been changing. But mostly the monsoon period is the most affected period. Now, at that time, the rivers exceeds their capacity, so all the water will be spilled out. And for the remaining about 6 months or so, they will run dry. Now, there has been a project which was being considered, because what is happening that India being a very huge country, when in north there is a rainfall, in south there is not much of the rainfall. So what really happens is that all the river basins are not peak flooded at the same time. They are peak flooded at different period of time. So if you had a kind of linkage between them, so what could happen that the excess water from one river basin could go to the another one when there is a high flood level in one and low in the other. So that golden quadrangle project, which I heard is under progress, but it involves huge expenditure. So if that happens, then lot of flood mitigation will take place. So I think we need to have a tea break for. But before the tea break, we can invite some questions or some observation if they have different centers.
Some people unit blood unit without like
Jaipur,
Hello,
JIT
sir.
Jaipur.
Sir, as per your lecture, I don't think it is everything was clear, so there is no question yet.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
This was very good sharings from your side.
Thank you. Arya,
yes.
Arya College.
Floods cannot be predicted.
Floods cannot be predicted.
Yes, sir.
No, we can predict. For example, just now we said that the one which are seasonal, the periodic and seasonal floods, they are predictable, most predictable. And the if you see the area in Assam and related areas in northeast of our country, it is known that flooding is going to take place every year, more or less every year it comes. They know it. This is because the rainfall is concentrated over a period of time for which the natural drainage system in form of rivers is not fully geared up. So they spill over their natural capacity and the flooding takes place. So this is a predictable type of flood. What is not predictable is the flash floods, number one, and the second is the urban flooding which we were mentioning about. That is difficult to be predictable in the sense because unless it has happened, some things really, unfortunately we Indians are not very good in taking the precautionary measures. अगर वो खड्डे में एक बच्चा गिर जाएगा, प्रिंस या कोई और, तब तो सारे चैनल वाले भी आ जाएंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी आ जाएगा, and what not, and for a week you will have all this main news. That's लेकिन उसके पहले simply उसको cordon off करना है. You have to just cordon off the area, nothing else, so that no illegal entry is made to that. वो देखने इंजीनियर भी नहीं आएगा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी नहीं आएगा, कोई भी नहीं आएगा कि क्या हो रहा है. बट जब हैपनिंग हो जाएगी, then everything will come. So likewise, what really happens is, for example, let me share with you what is happening in Chandigarh as well, where the city we live. 20 years from now और 20-25 साल पहले हमारे यहाँ पे जल्दी से फ्लडिंग नहीं होता. चंडीगढ़ हैज़ ए वेरी गुड ड्रेनेज सिस्टम. तो यहाँ पे स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेनेज सेपरेट है. स्टॉर्म वाटर मीन्स जो बारिश का पानी है वो अलग है, जो आपका डोमेस्टिक वेट है हाउसेज से ऑफिस से वो सेपरेट है. So if any city has got a separate system to account for the storm or for the rainwater, so that is a bliss for the health of that city. तो लेकिन what has really happened over a period of year, जब वो शुरू में आपका सिस्टम डिज़ाइन होता है तो उसमें उसकी कैपेसिटी होती है कि इतने क्यूबिक मीटर पर आवर में या पर मिनट में वो हैंडल कर सकता है. तो ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम क्या होता है, जो रेन वाटर होता है उसके साथ मिट्टी होती है साथ में मिक्स होके जो जाती है, तो वो नीचे बैठती जाएगी, पानी ऊपर से चला जाएगा, द सॉइल सेटल्स डाउन, तो वो जब ड्राई हो जाएगी वो जम जाएगी. तो ग्रेजुअली आपका जो पाइप डाया है उसमें धीरे धीरे ब्लॉकेज होनी शुरू हो गई क्योंकि नीचे मिट्टी जमती गई. अब वो जब जब उसमें इतनी थोड़ी ब्लॉकेज होनी शुरू होगी तो उसकी कैपेसिटी कम हो जाएगी. सो इट इज़ नॉट एबल टू डिस्पोज ऑफ the water at the rate at which it is receiving. So what is going to happen? Then what results is a kind of backflow. क्योंकि अब वो भर चुका है तो वो और पानी नहीं ले सकता, तो वो बैकफ्लो हो जाएगा. बैकफ्लो मतलब जितना पानी है वापस को हो जाएगा. Now this condition will persist. The system is working. लेकिन वो धीरे धीरे अब उसकी जो है जितना पानी आ रहा है वो उतना डिस्पोज नहीं कर पा रहा, तो वो थोड़े टाइम के लिए फ्लडिंग क्रिएट हो जाएगी. तो यहाँ पे हम लोग अब ऑब्जर्व करते हैं जो राउंड अबाउट्स हैं, बिकॉज राउंड अबाउट्स दे रिसीव फ्रॉम 4 डायरेक्शंस, और कुछ एरियाज में रोड्स में वी एक्सपीरियंस फ्लडिंग फॉर ए पीरियड से 1 hour to 2 hours, which was earlier not observed. So that is the causes that because the system which we had developed we are not able to maintain. Now if we were doing the flushing of these pipelines तो ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती इतनी, लेकिन अब ने हमने वो नहीं किया, अब वो इतना जम गया है कि आप उसको नॉर्मल मेथड से नहीं कर सकते. यू नीड ए वेरी स्पेशल टेक्निक्स, उसको फोर्सफुली उसको क्लीन करें, कुछ केमिकल डालें, कुछ और करें, एंड देन यू नो दिस रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ दिस काइंड ऑफ सिस्टम इज़ वेरी वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. सो दैट इज़ वन रीज़न. तो अर्बन फ्लडिंग में यही होता है, आपने कहीं पे आपका एक नेचुरल सॉइल थी जहाँ से पानी नीचे चला जा रहा था, सीप होके नीचे चला जाता है, अब वो वहाँ पे आपने कंस्ट्रक्शन कर दिया, एरिया ज़्यादा कवर कर दिया, तो वो पानी नीचे नहीं जा पाएगा. सो दिस विल बी देयर फ्लोइंग एट द सरफेस फॉर सम टाइम. सो दीज आर नॉट रियली मच प्रेडिक्टेबल फर्स्ट टाइम, बट सेकेंड टाइम जैसे बॉम्बे में जब फर्स्ट टाइम 2005 में आया तो इट वॉज नॉट प्रेडिक्टेबल, बट नाउ दे एक्सपेक्ट इट कैन हैपन. So they are better geared up from, but they every time you will see the news will say they have not learnt lessons, BWC, BMC or whatever they say, they are not learnt lessons from the past and not. And likewise the flooding which can take place because of hurricanes, because cyclones are also predictable, so that flooding is also partly predictable. And if you know that I will discuss in the afternoon. Now we have come up with very good response systems in many areas. Does it answer your question, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So PDM Institute, any question you have?
Sir, myself Gurnam Singh from PDM IIT. Sir, my question is that you tell about the different types of floods. So, in which just cloud busting will come under which type of the flood?
Oh, okay. I will cover up a little later. That it is lined to come up. अभी मैंने वो किया नहीं है तो lined up है.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And World Institute of Technical Solutions. You have some observation, comment or question? World Institute, Gurgaon. Suhana, Gurgaon. They are getting these? Okay, they don't have question. So okay, we have then tea break. We break for tea and then assemble after 30 minutes from now. Okay. For the in-house students, I have some word to say after we close. Monica, tea break. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, welcome back after the short tea break. So, a minor rescheduling that the subject expert which I mentioned will be coming in the afternoon has been able to make up right now. So I will get some break. So the session, today's session now post tea session will be taken by my colleague Mr. Amit Goel. Mr. Amit Goel is a faculty colleague of ours in this institution. He is a civil engineer but working in the area of rural development. We all know that the engineering is all about the application. So unless the technology reaches out the upliftment of the different segment of the society, it has a little meaning. Mr. Amit Goel recently has come back after spending 3 years in University of Roorkee, where he has been following his doctoral program, and I happened to see his face in one of the program on YouTube when I was in myself searching for some information, and I hit across a interview done by a news channel NDTV. They team visited at University of Roorkee about the research they are doing in the field of measurement of earthquakes prediction and mitigation measures. And then I could see he was explaining something in the that video. So I said, "Oh, he's Amit," you know. So then I just checked up with him. So when he was here, so I said that you need to be sharing what you learned over there with our counterparts over here and other centers, for which he has immediately given his consent. So with his 10 years of teaching experience in with this institution and 3 years almost in the University of Roorkee, he is going to share with you the new technologies developments that are taking place in the area of earthquake engineering. Let me also mention you that University of Roorkee is the one of very few university who have a department of earthquake engineering separate from that of the civil engineering. So they are doing a very dedicated work. So without talking much, because I have to talk more little in the afternoon, so I'll extend invitation to Mr. Amit Goel and share his experience and his knowledge with the colleagues. Thank you, Amit.
So thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Dugal for giving me this opportunity to interact with you on the topic which I like the most. From last 3 years, I am working in IIT Roorkee on earthquake engineering and developed some new technologies. In this lecture on earthquake, I'll divide this lecture into 3 parts. First, I'll explain you the basic concepts of earthquake engineering and what earthquake is and how you can measure the earthquake in case of magnitude, and how you can find out the epicenter of a particular place where the earthquake has generated. And after that, I'll cover up some of the codal provisions and the guidelines made for the structures in case of earthquake resistant structure. And after that, I'll tell you something new, that what is going on for the new research in case of earthquake engineering, and what the earthquake engineering IIT Roorkee is doing the work in case of prediction of earthquake, as well as I have myself have developed a new technologies which is non-conventional in nature, and I used waste material and developed some low-cost technology. And in earthquake-resistant houses, we used to tell that 10% cost of the building will increase if you'll have earthquake measure features. But in case of my technology, I used to say that 30% cost of building will reduce, and you can enjoy earthquake by sitting in your house. It will not fall, and it is a shaking kind of a thing. So now I'll start up with my lecture. I think each center is connected. So earthquake, when we used to hear the word earthquake, many things came up in our mind, that what is this earthquake, how will come to know. And somebody used to think that should we fear of earthquake? Yes, we should fear of earthquake, because in India, it is a thing which is not very common. Means the earthquake can hit after 1 year or 2 years or many years. But in case of Japan, we used to say that the preparedness of the earthquake in Japan is more advanced as compared to our region, our India. Because in Japan, the earthquake frequency is very fast. The earthquake in Japan, they used to come very often. So in our case, when the earthquake hits, we talk about the earthquake for even for 10 to 20 days or a month. Then after that, we forget the things. So now I'll tell you the what is earthquake, and how that earthquake. So this is the shaking of the earth. In simple words, that is the shaking of the earth. And it is so powerful, and all the concept that used to there in case of earthquake, that the concept of energy, the energy is released during that earthquake. And sometime you need to feel that some truck is passing by you, and some shaking is there. And this is all for because of tectonic plates which is lying under our earth. So this is the small picture of our earth. So in this picture, you can see that our earth is divided into several parts, and one solid part, molten part, crust, upper crust, and lower mantle, upper mantle, and crust. So that is the gap between that molten part and semi-solid part to solid part. So we are having some plates means rocks are there, they are interconnected with each other. Earlier the scientists used to think that this is one continent, and we don't have any plates, and that continent used to move like a single entity. But after that, researcher came to know that this world is divided into several tectonic plates are there below the earth's surface, and these tectonic plates are moving continuously from each other. And when the stress exceed in those plates, some plates are moving from away from each other, some plates are moving passing each other, some plates are moving, dip slip type earthquake is there. Some stresses are developed in case of this tectonic plates. And when the stress increase, strain also increase in the region, and when it increases the threshold limit, so the tectonic plate slips. When it slips, a large amount of energy is released, and amount of energy is released that explosion of one atom bomb. When the explosion of one atom bomb is there, so that much energy is released during earthquake. And when we used to say that earthquake of magnitude 4, 5, 6, we used to say, but when we used to say that increase of magnitude by 1, for example, that magnitude of 4 and magnitude of 5, that multiplies the things by 3 times. Yani the energy is released during that earthquake 3 times. That means 3 into 3, then again 3 times. So a huge amount of energy is released. So the point where the energy is released below the earthquake crust, known as hypocenter of that earthquake, from where the energy is released, and the point just above that point is known as epicenter of that earthquake. Have you cleared about that what is hypocenter or focus point of earthquake, and that is the epicenter of that earthquake. The earthquake, in below the earthquake crust, earthquake can happen more than 700 kilometers. But the earthquake which we used to take care is the earthquake which came above 70 kilometers, because that is the earthquake which can damage our buildings at the most. So we need to take care that the earthquake which is above the 70 kilometers from the earth's surface. So how many types of earthquakes are there? There are, man-made earthquakes are also there, and natural earthquakes are also there. Man-made earthquakes, when we used to have some explosion, and when we used to have some large accidents, some some construction work, some tunneling work. So we experience the man-made kind of earthquakes, and natural earthquakes when some explosion of volcanoes and this fault ruptures, and these are the natural earthquakes which used to happen. So I already told you that some dip slip type of earthquake is there, and strike slip type of earthquake is there. Strike slip means the when the tectonic plates passing each other, and dip slip when they are one plate is emerging into the other plate. So this is how the earthquake type of earthquake is there. This is the example of strike slip and dip slip type of earthquake. So this is how the the plates passing each other, and this is how that one plate is submerging into the other plate. So this is how this earthquake. Now this is one of the example that how the energy is accumulated in that tectonic plates. Suppose stage A is there, when two tectonic plates are there, they are trying to pass each other. So molten part is there, one part is trying to pass each other from different directions. So when the threshold came, and at the weakest point of that plate, that slips from each other, and large amount of energy is released, and that energy released in kilometers. The wave travels in kilometers. So this is the terminology which we use to pronounce in case of earthquake. That is magnitude earthquake, intensity of earthquake. What is the magnitude of that earthquake? Magnitude is that amount of energy released during that earthquake, that how much energy is released during that earthquake. And when we used to say that earthquake of magnitude 8 is there, and that terminology will be used at each and every place. Suppose in America also they will say that magnitude 8 earthquake came in particular region, and in India also we used to say that magnitude 8 earthquake came in a particular region. So this is how that magnitude termed, and that magnitude is measured in Richter scales. That how you will find out the magnitude, I'll tell you in afterwards. That Richter scale is used to measure the magnitude of that earthquake. So now the intensity of earthquake. Intensity of earthquake is the terminology which used to define that damage happen in a particular region. Suppose the one place is very near to epicenter, the damage is more, and as you go away from the epicenter, damage will be less. So that divided into intensity of that earthquake. That is different at each place. Suppose a earthquake hit a particular region. So in near the epicenter, we used to, and it is divided into 12 scale, 1, 2, 3 up to 12, and below near the epicenter maybe 7 or 8 intensity is there, and away from that epicenter maybe 1 or 2 will be there. So this is the classification of that magnitude of earthquake. That magnitude slight earthquake is there, 4.9, 5 to 6, 7, 8. That all knows about the intensity of earthquake. 8 and more than 8. That means the total collapse of the building. So this is how the intensity is related. That one intensity is few people felt that earthquake came. Intensity 2, you will see that things are moving. Your fan is moving, and like that you will awake. You cannot be stand, and some collapse of the building, some collapse of the engineered structure. Like that, the intensity is divided from 1 to 12 scale. So this is the zonal map of India. Now zonal map of India, you must be very clear that zonal map of India, earlier there was 5 zones. So this zonal map of India used to define that how much sensitive the area is. This map is developed by the scientists and engineers by taking account the past earthquakes. So this map, maybe in future this map can be changed. So now this map is having 4 zones: zone 2, zone 3, zone 4 and zone 5. So most of this area, if you'll see that most of the area of Assam and most of some of the area in J&K came under zone 5 and zone 4. So we are more concerned. This didn't mean at all that the zone 3 cannot have the earthquake of zone 5, because somebody used to tell that don't worry, that our region is in zone 2 only or in zone 3 only, so we need not to fear. But this is not the case. You can experience the earthquake of zone 5 even in zone 3, zone 4, so like that. So this zonal map is divided by is developed by the past earthquakes. So this is the cause of the earthquake and some of the waves generated during that earthquake. That is, first the P waves came. Now you need to very careful when I am telling you the things. Now I'll tell you how you can calculate the magnitude of that earthquake and how you can find out the epicenter of that earthquake. So these are the P waves, S waves, R waves and L waves, love waves. So these are the waves which used to come, one by one. First P wave used to come, that is compressive in nature. That like the rail wagon hits each other, so that is kind of a wave, P wave, that is very fast in nature. And after that S waves, which is shear kind of a thing, and after that relay waves and love waves. So these are the 4 waves. This is the example of all 4 waves. That is first P waves, that is compressive in nature, and S waves, like you will swing a string and how the waves will travel, like that. This is the way how the wave S waves travel. And love wave, you can say like snake is passing through one area, like this the wave will pass. And the relay waves, that is torsional, that is revolving in nature. It used to have additional compression force on your building and twisting moment of your building. So this is the waves, how it travels. Now in each earthquake, everybody used to switch on their channels and used to find out the location of that earthquake and how much magnitude of that earthquake is there, and the size and the effect of that earthquake in your region or in India. What is the effect of that earthquake in India and in your region? So this is how you can find out the earthquake in ancient time. This is the first seismograph, which is invented in 132 AD by a mathematician, Chang Heng, and he called it as a earthquake weather clock. And this weather clock is having 8 dragons mounted on it and having one brass bowl in each of their mouths, and one toads are sitting just below that dragon. And when the earthquake hits in a particular region, then ball in a particular dragon's mouth, it falls into that toad's mouth and it creates some sound. Then they will come to know that the earthquake came in this direction, and now the earthquake came. So this is how they used to find out the cause of the earthquake. But now we are having the digital seismograph. You can record that earthquake in X direction, Y direction, Z direction, and this is the how the seismograph is there. And whenever the earthquake, you will sound the earthquake, you will find out that epicidal lines. Some epicidal lines are there. You need to find out, yes, this is the record of that earthquake. That how you can read those epicidal lines. So this is one earthquake record I took. So P waves, first P waves will come, then S wave will come, then L and R waves. The average speed of P preliminary wave and secondary wave, S waves, you can find out. Suppose a 0-second P waves generated, and at a particular second S wave came. So you can find out the time period, how much is the time period of one P wave and S wave. And after that, now this word is taken into account, that I am saying that in this kind of a thing, you need to have different centers, and you need to find out at a particular center, at how much time taken by that this wave to travel. Suppose near the epicenter, the wave will travel in a second, and after after some distance, after say 3 to 400 kilometers, that it will take some time to travel those waves. So this point you should note. After some time, I'll tell you the prediction of that earthquake. So this is the how you can find out the magnitude of that earthquake. You need to have 3 stations, and you need to have one map, scaled map. So this is how you can find out the earthquake. For example, the P wave came at 0 second and S waves came at 24 seconds. So this is the time period. Now you can see. Now you can watch the Richter scale. This is where it is written SP seconds, and the earthquake epicenter is, for example, 215 kilometers. You have calculated that from your place the epicenter is 215 kilometers. So this is written the distance 215 kilometers. Now how much amplitude of that wave is there? Amplitude is 23 mm. So in that scale it is written amplitude, and you can join that line straight away and you can find out the magnitude of that earthquake, that this magnitude of earthquake is there, 5 magnitude. That is how you can read the, this is the manual technique. But nowadays you are having the digital digital formulas, digital softwares. You can find out immediately how much magnitude is there. But this is the process, this is the theory behind that, how you can measure the magnitude of that earthquake. Now how to find out the epicenter of that earthquake? For example, some map is there, and 100 kilometers divided into 1 second, particular 1 second. So sometimes from your place it is you can say that this is the distance, maybe the distance of that earthquake, that it from this distance our earthquake came. So you divided it for 215 kilometers, 2.15, and from other location some distance is there, from other center distance is there. So you draw one circle, 3 circles from those distance, and where the circles collides with each other, that is the epicenter of that earthquake. So now this is digitally happens in case of earthquake. Digitally you can find out where the epicenter and where the things are there. So these are the building codes, 1893 part 1, part 2, and for earthen buildings or for earthquake resistant building, IS 4326 and 13920. These all are important codes which we need to take care while we design our building as per earthquake resistant structure. So this is, so what should you do before, after and during that earthquake? So this is what you can do before the earthquake. First you should have fire extinguisher at your home, at your place, everywhere, because most of us didn't have. Even I am not having in my house till date, but I was thinking that it should be there in my house, because when the fire happens, then there is no way to stop that fire. Sometimes some fire is there in your electricity box and you used to throw water on that, so it will enhance that fire. So that is the problem. You should have batteries, and you should learn the first aid. Some small kind of first aid is there, and very important thing, you need to know how to switch off your cylinder, how you can switch off your gas, electricity, because women's generally women didn't know in house that how to switch off the cylinder or how to change that cylinder. Sometime we used to call that cylinder thoda badalna hai, so how this cylinder need to be changed. So they should know how to switch off the things. And don't leave heavy object on the shelves, in cupboards, because when it will shake, it will fall on you. So this is what during the earthquake, if you are inside, don't be be calm. If you are inside, just go below your chair, below your table, or stand aside of your wall. So if you'll run, nobody can save you. Building can fall on you. If you will hide yourself below something, or for example you are sleeping, you want to run, the pillow on which you are sleeping, keep it on your head and run, because it will provide you some cushion, or a helmet kind of a thing can be there. So on that pillow, you will, if some impact is there, small rubble is there, so you will be saved. So this is what you will do. If you are outdoor, stay there. If you are in your car, be in the car, don't run. This earthquake is there, otherwise it will hurt. If you are standing beside some mirror, beside some tree, be away from those places, because that tree can fall, that glass can be broken, so you should be away from those places. After that earthquake, you just check that if you are not injured, check others, that if somebody in your neighbor, they need to have your help, so check those things, and check some gas leakage should not be there, some broken things you need to check. Everything you need to check that everything is fine or not. Turn on the radio, because in earthquake it is seen that every appliance, everything is closed. Don't use your mobile phone. If some gas leakage is there and you are using your mobile phone, it will the gas will explode. So turn on your radio. Radio is the thing when on a particular weather is, you are having bad weather, you are having earthquake, anything, but radio can be operated, because it is a low frequency. Radio can be operated at very low frequencies. So the radio, by the government, can issue some warnings, some messages through radio. And one most important thing, in your in your home, from your parents, from your who may ever so that who are living with you, just have something that if somebody misses, that we will meet at a particular location. Suppose your nani house, your dadi house, on a particular way. So you need to have something discussed in your house, that if in our life something happened like this, so we will meet you there. This is not there in our case. Sometimes we used to think this is not important, but this is very important. If you are lost and nothing is there, no money is in your pocket, and no conveyance is there, mobile is not working, then how you will find your natives during that when earthquake is there, or some tsunami is there, anything is there. So this you need to take care. So these are the small things. Now important topic, that can earthquake be predicted? Can you predict that earthquake? Many scientists, many researchers are working on the concept that whether you can predict an earthquake. Till date, scientists are saying that no, we cannot predict earthquake, because we cannot know that how much energy is accumulated in a particular fault in a particular region. But now here, or some researchers used to say that if you will find some elevation in the on the land, or you will find some water table comes up, or you will find some sand bowls are there, or you will find some small earthquakes are coming at different intervals. So you need to think that one big earthquake can hit any time, but at what time, when it will hit, it is very difficult to tell you. Now I'll tell you the research which is going on in IIT Roorkee for the prediction of that earthquake. Now I told you the thing that at a particular station, the waves took some time to travel. I told you earlier that the wave took some time to, that one guy took that concept that this waves took some time to travel. So why not we pick up these waves and generate some warning system. So he generated one beautiful concept. Suppose he installed his sensor in a region of Uttarakhand. In the sensitive regions of Uttarakhand, he installed the sensors. Or preliminary, he did some research on the shake table on which we can simulate the real earthquake. So he saw that when the earthquake generates from focus, from hypocenter, immediately in 1 second that signal, his receiver received the signal that earthquake generated, and he saw that one place, if it is 100 kilometers and 150 kilometers, the waves, the S waves or the other waves which can damage your structure, it will take 1 minute to reach at that location. So suppose the earthquake hit at a particular region and Delhi is from there 100 and 150 kilometers, so 1 minute time is there. If the siren blows before 1 minute, so you can escape from your buildings. Now person will say 1 minute is very less, 60 seconds. If I'll tell somebody here that you are going to die in 1 minute, and you know, some officials, when he presented his research in front of some officials, so they also asked the question, hey, this 1 minute is very less. Then he told, okay sir, we'll do one small small experiment. Then he told one boy, you are going to die in 1 minute, and run. In 1 minute, that guy ran half a kilometer away from that building. So this in this case also, from a positive note, you can switch off your important structure like nuclear power plant. And you have 1 minute in your hand, so you can switch off your nuclear power plant. You can switch off your important structures. You can escape from the place. At least some of the lives can be saved because of that research. So this is the very innovative idea that at every place you cannot have 1 minute time. At some places you are having 50 seconds. At some places you are having 30 seconds, like that. So it depends upon the epicenter and the place at this distance at which you are located. So this is the one research which is going on, and it is successfully tested in case of Uttarakhand. Now they are they want to extend this research for the state of Himachal, for state of Punjab, for state of this northern India. So this is what the research is going on. So now the earthquake effect, what the earthquake brings? Earthquake brings tsunamis, building collapse, fires, ground failure. Suppose tsunamis are there, where we need to take care when we used to stay in coastal areas where the sea is there. Tsunami can hit even after 1 hour. Tsunami can hit after 1 hour. So this is the the wave which used to travel from one place to other place. Government used to issue the warning that your place will have tsunami after 24 minutes or something like that, even 1 hour. So this is the how. This is some ground failures are there, fault rupture, liquefaction of the soil, and lateral spreading and landsliding. Now I want to touch up what is the liquefaction of the soil. When the soil is having pores in it, like black cotton soil. Black cotton soil, when some moisture used to come, it swells, and when moisture used to out, then it shrinks. So that is a boon for farmers, but that is worst for civil engineer to have structure in black cotton soil. So liquefaction, when the pores are more in the soil and water table is slightly up, when the ground shakes, that pores pressure, due to pore pressure, that water came up and liquefies your foundation. When the foundation went, your building cannot survive. Even you make the building earthquake resistant or make anything, but if foundation fails, your building cannot survive. So this is small pictures of some fault rupture, and this liquefaction of the soil, and this more some pictures of earthquake. This spreading, lateral spreading, that roads can spread from the place. This is landsliding. So this is how the earthquake can affect your building. Now what you can do, that guidelines of the buildings, 3 major concept, that reduce the mass of your building and symmetry and continuity. Have symmetrical building, continuous building, and ductile detailing, ductility or damping. This is the main concern of the civil engineering, to increase the damping in the structures. So design the structure at your planning stage only. If you are residing in hill areas, so have your building slightly away from the hill, or if you are having filled up land in it, filled up land is there, so you need to take care of filled up land. Every time you need to check whether the soil testing of your the place is done or not. Because of soil testing, you came to know, when we used to go and have some house in some society or some locality, so we need to see the spaces of our house and our rooms, but we didn't ask that whether the soil testing is done or not, whether the structural designing is done or not. You need to check whether the soil testing is there or structural design is there. So take those design copies to your structure engineer, and he will tell you that the structure is safe in case of earthquake or not. Because I myself saw many buildings which are not earthquakes safe, and even preliminary soil testing is not there. Once once I went to one place, he showed me that we made the beautiful tower, and it is very good. And when I asked that soil testing has been done or not, then that person hit that earth from his foot like this, and told, no sir, it is good enough. This is not the way to test the soil. You need to have soil testing. So this is or you need to go for pile foundation. Some building is there near Ambala, so that is the filled up land. They went for pile type of foundation. So these are safe during earthquakes. So this is some of the examples of symmetrical buildings and continuous building. See, this T, L, U shapes. These buildings are not symmetrical buildings. So you need to have symmetry in your building. Why it is so? See, in this T kind of a thing, if you will have some separation gap here, so it will make difference. What difference it will make? In L, in U, you can divide your buildings. Now this is the example how it will act when the building is L shape and you are having separation joint. Every shape of the structure is having different center of gravity. You heard the word CG, and everything is, CG of triangle is different, CG of rectangle is different, and CG of L is different, something like that. If you divide this both parts, suppose in this earthquake resistant features, two terms are there: in plane and out of plane. Two terms are there. In plane means when the part of your building is in plane. Suppose your building is moving in this direction and your wall is also in this direction, length is more, then it will be in plane. And out of plane, that your wall is like this and force is like this. So this is out of plane. Out of plane means it will topple. That earthquake produce large inertia force. Inertia BD cube by 12. So D used to more, then it will be in plane. D used to be less, that it will be out of plane action. So in this kind of structure, if one building is acting out of plane like this building is acting out of plane, and this building is acting in plane for this direction. So we need to take care that our building should survive in plane as well as out of plane, because out of plane is very dangerous thing. Out of plane building used to collapse. So this is the shape we need to make, that the shape of the building, tall building, should not be, that H by B ratio should not be more than 4. It should be less than 4. And this building, you need to think that why we used to make these kind of building having small part of the structure below, and after that we need to increase that structure, because sometimes you need to follow the bylaws, building bylaws. So somebody used to think, if I'll extend some small part of my room from this side, So I'll have one big, this room can be extended from this to this point. So this is how the builder used to think, and they used to make these kind of a buildings. So these are very dangerous in case of earthquake, and it will fall. These are some of the examples of asymmetric buildings that you need to take care. In this, separation gap should be there. If separation gap will not be there, the building will not survive. And large chhajjas and having parking space below your tower, so it is of concern. Now, what is the codal provision? This codal provision for load bearing structure is 15 mm, RCC frame structure 20 mm, steel structure 30 mm, but practically 50 mm separation gap should be there, because it is very difficult to maintain 15 mm or 20 mm or 10 mm. So 50 mm 5 centimeter is good enough, you can have that. But this is the codal provision that code used to permit us. But code used to say that the things which they proved experimentally, and they need to have some experiments on a particular structure, and now they frame the codal provision. But practically it is, I saw many separation gaps, and they all are 50 mm. They filled up with, and the separation gap is filled up with crushable material, and when building used to shake, that crushable material comes out and building saves from collapse. This is the example of liquefaction of the soil. In liquefaction of this, when the building lies on the foundation, some filled up land or some porous kind of a soil, if you are having individual foundation or individual footing, so that will collapse, because when the water will rise up, your walls will sink down. So you need to have raft foundation for that. Raft foundation should be there for making your building safe. So for this is also one example of filled up land, that you should have some pile foundation, and pile foundation, in this pile foundation, the holding capacity of this foundation is good in case of pile foundation. Sometime we need to have some swimming pools and some water retaining structures on our buildings. So in one example is very famous in case of Bhuj, that two buildings made by the same contractor, and they both are earthquake resistant buildings, but one building is having a swimming pool on it, and the other building is not having swimming pool on it, and the building which is having swimming pool collapsed, and the building which is not having swimming pool didn't have even a single crack, because thrust of water is there. When the building will move in one direction, second direction, third direction, additional pressure of that waves will be there, and that building will shake more and collapse immediately. So what are the measure for masonry kind of a structure? So masonry kind of structure, you should not have big walls more than 500 meters. You should have some partition below 500 meter. So this is the buttresses you should have. In case of stone masonry building, this through stone must be there. Through stone, in case of Latur earthquake, what happened in case of Latur earthquake? In Latur, structures are made up of with stone masonry. In stone masonry, they kept that stone, one stone, second stone, third stone, like this. And when the earthquake came, that stone separated from each other, and the stone falls on the people which are sleeping. The people who are sleeping, that stone falls on them, and they died because of that. So this is the provision of through stone. This, if you are not having that much of big stone, you can have one bar or one wooden piece you can have. So at a different intervals you can have this stone. Through stone should be there. Otherwise, separation of the corner, I'll show you the real how the building will collapse in real earthquake. So we have simulated that building in shake table, and we have simulated that earthquake, large earthquake. So this is how you can tie up the corners. of the building, the corners of the building should be tied up so that it should not separate from each other. That should need to be cared. So I'll go through quickly because I want to because time I think is very less. So I need to tell you many things. So these are the bands which you need to provide in the structure, that is plinth band, lintel band, and roof band. And you know, this opening should be away from the corners. At least 600 should be away from that corners, and you know, large opening should be avoided, because when you will have the large opening. So I told you that action of in plane action and out plane action is there. If you are having the large opening, so you know, you will weaken this part of masonry structure in plane also. Because you know, in plane, why I'm saying that it will weaken up, because you are reducing d, you are reducing its length. So it will beside it will have the strong part of the building, it will become the weaker part of the building. So you need to take care of that. Now this you know, horizontal reinforcement, I need to introduce that you should have some vertical reinforcement should be there. But this vertical reinforcement, the scientist used to say that if you are residing in zone 5 or zone 4, so you should have this you know, vertical kind of a reinforcement. That is you know, you need to place in corners, you need to place near the windows, you need to place near the doors. So these vertical reinforcement, and how this how you need to place that you know, bands in case of earthquake resistant structure. These are the bands, horizontal bands. This is how the structure will act. If you will have large openings, if you will have large opening, then these part of the building, when the building is very strong in its in plane action, this wall is very strong in this direction, but you weaken up the part by having large openings. So you will experience the cracks in those portion, and it will collapse. And when you will have this you know, vertical reinforcement, when vertical reinforcement is there, beside you know, this action, beside separation action, some bulging of bars will be there, and it will come back to its original position. Some bulging is there, then it will come back. So like this, you can save your building by having vertical reinforcement. This is how the vertical reinforcement can help you. So this is the reinforcement arrangement for your windows. So like this, I told you many things. I told you many things about the earthquake resistant features, that you should have these kind of bars. Now you should have vertical bands. Now you should have the tied up, the building should be tied up together. I told you many things. But this all the things, you know, need money. Your building cost will increase 10% if you'll plan your earthquake resistant structure at the planning stage. It will increase your cost of the structure 10 to 15%, even 20% also. So now this is the major concern of each and every one. For example, you want to make your own house. I'll tell you, okay, I'll make your building earthquake resistant, but okay, gentlemen, this house will take this much amount of money. Then you will feel, yeah, okay, earthquake is not so fun, and you know, our life, you know, God will decide our life. So maybe we'll think later about this earthquake resistant structure. So okay, we need to think the reduction of the cost, and rather having this earthquake features. I'll show you that how this building will act during earthquake. Madam, please show that. Sound is there? this is how your in real earthquake, this is the half scale model only. We tried full scale model also, but we couldn't even test that model on the shake table, because when we started just shake table, it every walls that collapsed and all the things, we couldn't test that full scale model. So we made this half scale model, and after that I'll show you some of the cracks. See, if you are not having any bands, your corners will fall, and this building will collapse immediately. So this is the kind of thing which happened in half scale model, means a smaller model. But in real earthquake, the earthquake is from the point of view of IS 1893 part 1 2002, and if you'll say the acceleration is 0.36 g, this is only 0.18 g. We need to test our structure for the extreme level 0.36 g. This is only 0.18 g. Okay, so 0.18 g, the earthquake came in Nepal, that collapse everything, that is 0.18 g. But in 0.18 g also, so this is how this structure separated from the walls and all the things. So madam, how much time is left? Okay, we are having 15 minutes with us, so I'll show you the good kind of a research. In this you saw that beside each and everything, if you are not having this earthquake feature, your building will collapse. Now I have developed one technology by using old and used rubber tires. The old and used rubber tires, they are a problem in world, that we are having enough of used rubber tire, and the disposal of those used rubber tire is a big problem. But I made this technology, I made some special blocks, and I made some viscoelastic links. In those in this research, I'll show you that how research works. And in this research, the building come back to its original position after I tested the structure for 0.18 g as well as 0.36 g. 0.36 g can never happen. 0.36 g means total collapse of the buildings. I tested those structure. Even I hit that structure from a rail wagon, but it came back to its original position. I made some full scale models. Even I made 2-storied building, and we saw that as we go up and up, 2-storied, 3-storied, 4-storied, and the performance of the building improves. So, and the building cost is 30% lesser than the conventional building cost, and I can say that you can enjoy earthquake by sitting in your house. So I'll show that madam, sound. So in this research, we have used the ply of that used rubber tire. That tire is having that ply. That ply is innermost part of that tire, and having steel wires, that is radial rubber tire, and having steel wires embedded diagonally into it. And we use the both the property of that strength of that steel wire, as well as the viscoelastic property of the tire. So we developed this links, and we smartly use those links in the buildings. So building come back to its original position after earthquake. So it is safe living in that kind of a building. Madam, can I start? इससे ज़्यादा साउंड हो सकती है? Sorry. ये काम कर रहा है? माइक इज वर्किंग? माइक को लगा दीजिए।
जा रही है सर, उधर तो पूरी जा रही है।
इनको नहीं आ रही, इनको भी आ रही। कैन यू हियर? छोड़ दीजिए।
One of the most dangerous and destructive form of natural hazards. Each earthquake not only brings with itself devastation, trauma, and fear, but also brings in several challenges for the researchers. Though, over the years, researchers and scientists have tried to predict earthquakes, yet their 100% precise prediction is still not possible. As a result, thousands of people lose their lives to
उसके अंदर लगा दीजिए, वीडियो दे दूं। ये लीजिए। नहीं, कॉपी नहीं हो सकती है। एक्चुअली दिस टेक्नोलॉजी इज अंडर पेटेंट, सो आई कैन नॉट कॉपी दिस। I can show you because already I have applied the patent for this technology. So
one of the most dangerous and destructive form of natural hazards. Each earthquake not only brings with itself devastation, trauma, and fear, but also brings in several challenges for the researchers. Though, over the years, researchers and scientists have tried to predict earthquakes, yet a 100% precise prediction is still not possible. As a result, thousands of people lose their lives during earthquakes due to collapse of man-made constructions. Masonry is one of the most affordable and adaptable building material in the developing countries. In India itself, which is the second largest developing country, most of the population lives in masonry houses. As per the census report, 84 million houses in India are made up of burnt bricks, and around 62 million houses are made up of burnt or unburnt bricks. Although masonry is the most used building material, still, the size and performance of masonry construction is not satisfactory. Worldwide, many researchers have churned their minds to improve the performance of masonry structures, especially during earthquakes. One such research is being carried out at IIT Roorkee's Department of Earthquake Engineering. They review a formidable integrated system of viscoelastic links made up of used and old rock tiles and interlinked rock masonry system has been developed. At the Masonry Department at Roorkee, we are working on use of conventional as well as non-conventional materials for construction, and we have the testing facilities where we can test material for its application in earthquake construction. And in this direction, one of the established system which we have developed recently, where used barriers are used to dissipate energy between concrete blocks, and this material can be used as an efficient alternative to our conventional materials. And this is not only earthquake safe, it is also reducing the impact of construction activity on the environment. The developed system is not only eco-friendly, but it also withstand extreme earthquake conditions like those of severe seismic zone 5. As you are aware, India is a state-owned country, and the whole country is divided into the 4 zones, starting from the zone 2 to zone 6. Zone 2 is the most seismic zone, and zone 6 is the highest seismic zone. As a part of the research, well-designed sloping concrete blocks and viscoelastic energy dissipating links made up of used radial rubber tiles, encapsulated between very thin steel plates, have been developed. Interlinked block placement system with viscoelastic link is a technology in which two parts are there. One is viscoelastic energy dissipator link, and second is interlinking block. This interlinking block is joined by using this viscoelastic link, which are joined by using used and old rubber tiles. And why we have used this old and used rubber tiles? We have used the ply of the used rubber tile. These ply of the used rubber tiles having steel wires and getting diagonally into it, and having the property of viscoelasticity as well as steel wires to provide strength to the material. So we have used both the property of the material, and we have converted this waste material into a useful material. The reasons behind using four-knot radial tiles are manifold. Primarily, radial tiles are made up of a copolymer of styrene butadiene rubber, which is a viscoelastic material. Secondly, the base part of radial tile, known as tile, has mostly steel wires embedded directly in the rubber, which enhances stability, strength, and viscoelastic property of the material. Thirdly, they are available at a very cheap cost in the commodity market. Along with all this, high strength, high air resistance, high shear resistance, and high toughness are the properties because of which used radial rubber tiles were considered most effective for the development of viscoelastic energy dissipator links. But the most important reason is that used radial rubber tiles cannot be recycled easily, and even if they are, they emit out gases which are very harmful to the environment. Basically, disposal of a byproduct like used rubber tiles is not only a great problem in India, but worldwide. The biggest graveyard of tiles lies in Kuwait and can be seen even from space. Sometimes these old and used rubber tiles are used as fuel for burning, especially in quick kilns, as it proves to be very cheap fuel. But at the same time, it is dangerous amount of pollutants into the environment. Similarly, the reasons behind using concrete blocks in place of traditional brown bricks are also manifold. Actually, for the making of traditional bricks, a large area of fertile land is dug up and molded into the shape of bricks, which are then heated at a high temperature in kilns or cookers. During this whole process, not only is the topmost fertile layer lost, but also the heating process gives out huge amounts of smoke into the air, which is loaded with pollutants. Thus, by replacing the need of burnt bricks with concrete blocks, the idea is to preserve the environment in more than one ways. So, in the developed technology, three types of interlinked concrete blocks, that is, stretcher block, corner block, and half block, have been developed to make the possible arrangements, that is, L, T, or cross in the masonry construction. Interlinking of the blocks has been done with the help of two types of viscoelastic links, one vertical and one horizontal. No cement is used for the interlocking. 4 vertical grooves have been provided to restrict translation and 2 horizontal grooves to restrict rotation under severe earthquake loading. The strength of the concrete blocks was kept much higher than the viscoelastic links through the yielding of low strength viscoelastic links and friction between the concrete blocks. The developed technology was then tested under severe conditions on shake table and shock table test facility by simulating artificial earthquake excitations. This is the shake table facility. On this platform, we can actually simulate earthquakes like they happen in real ground. This platform on which I am standing can be moved in one vertical plane exactly with the help of 3 hydraulic actuators. One you can see horizontal right here and 2 vertical actuators. With the help of these 3 actuators, this entire platform can be moved in one vertical plane, horizontal and vertical. And that helps us to study the simultaneous effect of horizontal as well as vertical earthquake ground motion from the specimen, model specimen that we can mount on this top of this platform and study its behavior during earthquake, how it would perform during an earthquake. Its size and performance was analyzed experimentally also. The full-scale housing model with maximum load carrying capacity was made in the shake table and tested under a series of simulated earthquake motions. Peak ground acceleration of 0.18 G and 0.36 G, that is, design basis earthquake and maximum considered earthquake of zone 5 respectively, considering subsoil condition was applied. The experiment was a success. The emerging pocket was completely dissipated through friction and viscous damping of viscoelastic links. The model retained its original shape and position after the tests. Further, by increasing the severity, single-story and two-story models were also tested on shock table by giving impact strike of loading. 3 consecutive shocks of increasing intensity were applied. As result shown, no distress or damage to the load. The elastic plastic behavior of the links revealed that the model retains its original position after completely dissipating the energy imparted during the shock test. As a practical implementation of this technology, a two-story full-scale model of player on the shock table, and the model is again tested under a series of a sequence form, and it was found that the visibility is dissipated at the bottom part of the model and the top of the model is remained intact. Besides better earthquake resistance capacity, there are several other advantages of interlinked block masonry system over the conventional masonry system. It is more rational and simple, supports speedy construction work, and has high energy dissipation capacity. Moreover, it leads to clean construction at the site, since the blocks may be cast either in factory or at the site by using different kinds of locally available materials. For future translation of this research into large-scale use, well-sorted concrete blocks and viscoelastic links can be readily made available in the market. One of the challenges in any engineering development is converting challenges to opportunities. In this methodology also, we are converting a big challenge, which is disposal of the waste material, that is rubber tires in this case, to advantage. That is using those for dissipating energy during earthquake and making our building safe during earthquake. So this not only saves the problem of disposing of used rubber tires, it is also helpful in saving lives during earthquake. And that's how we convert the challenges to opportunities.
On कर दीजिए. Is it on? So this is how we have developed one new technology, and this technology gives you a better solution, not only for the disposal of used rubber tire, but also you can be saved during the earthquakes. So this is the one part of the technology. Actually, I made two type of technologies, but this is the technology which I made that out of the waste. So this is how you can think differently, how you can save, you can be saved during earthquake. This is the my part of the research which I did at IIT Roorkee, and now this research is under for patent, and you need to think differently while you are studying, while you are teaching, while you are guiding some students. So you can be safe during earthquake. Earthquake didn't kill, but man-made construction do kill the humans. So you need to take care. So this is all about the earthquake and earthquake resistant structures, new researches. So thank you so much. If you are having any questions, any queries, so I am here to answer. See, many people used to ask this question, that you have not changed the foundation part of the structures, and we need to make the technology which need to be adapted by the local people. We are more concerned about the collapse of the walls, because due to in load bearing structures, this is the technology we made it for load bearing structures, but its application in the frame structure is also going on. Test now in few months we are going to test those structures also. But main concern of collapse of building in case of load bearing structures is walls. Foundations, we are very clear about the foundation, that you should in case of filled up land, you should have raft foundation, and in rocky kind of a thing, you should have a particular strip type of foundation. So that is clear. If you will pose the different changes in the construction on the people, the people will not accept your technology. So that's why we have not changed the foundation part of the structure and not the roof part of the structures, because you need to construct a 4-storied house, so you need to have some roof and same foundation condition. Only the walls part we have changed. Any other?
Hello.
Any channel? Yes.
Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon, sir. This is Ramandeep. I want to know. So you are not fixing the machinery there by means of cement. So what is the benefit of that?
Sorry, I didn't get.
You are not fixing the machinery.
थोड़ा दूर से बात कीजिए, माइक से थोड़ा दूर हो जाइए. Just away from the mic, थोड़ा माइक से दूर हो जाइए. Yes.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
You are not fixing the machinery by means of cement. What is the benefit of that?
See, in this last in my technology.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, but this is we need to fix the buildings. We need to fix the masonry by the cement, so that we can have the bonding between one brick or one block with the other block. But in case of my technology name is interlinked block masonry system with viscoelastic link. You know, if I'll join that blocks from the mortar, it will not have much difference. It will not have much advantage, because you know, when the earthquake will come, that the problem with the masonry structure is bond used to break. That the cement part which we used to apply to join the brick is having very less strength, and the problem during earthquake, that you know, that bond between the bricks used to break, and due to breakage of that bond, our masonry used to collapse. So I gave that solution, that you need to link up that blocks with the interlinked viscoelastic links. If you apply the mortar, you will add the more money to the construction, but it will not have any advantage in case of earthquake.
Thank you, sir.
Any other? Any other? Somebody else having any question? Hello? Arya College? Arya College Jaipur? Arya College Jaipur? Arya College Jaipur? Anybody having any question? Anybody's having any question? So no? So thank you so much. Next session will be there on 2:15. So now it is lunch break. Thank you. So thank you so much, because you all are students. Here I. Oops.
WIT बोलो ना, इसके बाद
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, WIT सोना।
हाँ जी बताइए मैडम, चलाइए।
हेलो।
हाँ जी।
यस सर, गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून जी।
यस सर।
हाँ गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड आफ्टरनून, पूछिए पूछिए। इतनी लेट जाती है?
जा तो उन्होंने लिंक नहीं दिया।
पूछिए पूछिए।
वीडियो तो वहाँ पे दिखता ही है
यूट्यूब से।
पूछिए पूछिए, इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेरी। पूछिए। जा रही है? आर यू लिसनिंग? टाइम लगेगा मैडम आवाज पहुंचने में? पूछो।
Hello.
बोलिए बोलिए।
Hello. Sir, my question is related to plane of the building. So I am asking you, how will we decide a building is in plane or out of plane?
सी, आप गलत समझ गए हैं उसी चीज को। एक ही बिल्डिंग प्लेन और इन प्लेन दोनों में एक्ट करती है। अगर एक वॉल के परपेंडिकुलर डायरेक्शन होगा तो वो वाला पार्ट बिल्डिंग का आउट ऑफ प्लेन में एक्शन करेगा, आउट ऑफ प्लेन। और जो पार्ट उसके फोर्स के पैरेलल होगा वो इन प्लेन एक्शन करेगा। एक ही बिल्डिंग आउट ऑफ प्लेन और प्लेन दोनों में मूव करती है।
बात तो गई। माइक
जा रही है मैडम?
Yes, sir.
चलिए ठीक है, ब्रेक फॉर द लंच।
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Body waves and ये रहेगा which type of soil we have to use for making construction. Soil पे बहुत बड़ा फर्क है फॉर्मेशन बनाते समय। इनको से पूछना
Waves का कुछ body waves और center उसने कैसे निकालो? बॉडी वेव्स और सेंटर वेव्स के बारे में पूछना।
ओके, थैंक यू।
ये कौन प्रोफेसर है?
चलो हम कह रहे थे कि ये कहते हैं
क्वेश्चन तो पूछ कुछ मुझे तो देखा है।
सवाल दो यार वो चलेगी।
ये कितना वन सा बैठा है ऐसे। इसका लैपटॉप है सर?
ये वाला ये शास्त्र बनाई गया से बना क्या उसको क्यों क्या होगा? अब दिया ही नहीं उन्होंने लैपटॉप जो खराब है।
डायरेक्टर ने बात की तो फिर थोड़ी देर बाद कहने लगे ठीक है सर मैं देखता हूँ। उसका लेके आई होगी, इसका ये कनेक्ट नहीं हो उससे,
इसका चीज का
वो फिर चिल्ला रोने लगा मेरा लैपटॉप लेके।
कौन बोल रहा है?
योगेश
अच्छा,
चले
चल आपने हीरो को है ना? आजकल तक तो साफ लग
ये फायदा है क्या? से मिला कि 25। हेलो, हाँ बोलिए सर। हाँ हाँ, अभी तो कई 7-8 एडमिशन हुए हैं। नहीं, उम्मीद तो कम है। हाँ, करा तो उसने क्या है? देखो कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी ऐसे। हाँ हाँ, बात करो उनसे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। हाँ, अच्छा, बात करो उनसे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगा, एडमिशन तो हो ही जाएगा। और दूसरी चीज की उनका क्लास व्लास में भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, क्लास तो लगेगा ही। लैब क्लास में तो सब चलेगा ही। हाँ, लेकिन अभी कम उसमें हुई, सिविल में थोड़ा सा कम हुआ। हाँ, हो जाता तो है, लास्ट अभी टाइम है। अभी तो 14 अगस्त तक एडमिशन होगा ना, टाइम है 14 अगस्त तक। कंप्यूटर साइंस में हाँ हुआ है, 12-15 बच्चे हो गए। हाँ हाँ हाँ, नहीं लड़की भी है उसमें, 4-5 लड़कियां हो गई। हाँ, अरे वो तो फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हैं, उनका तो एक फोन आया था जिसमें उनका लड़के का कहीं कराना था तो फोन नहीं उठा। हाँ हाँ हाँ, तो नहीं वाईएमसीए में तो हो जाएगा उसका। तो अच्छा, हाँ हाँ हाँ, हाँ वो तो है, दूसरी जगह तो पैसा मांगेंगे। ठीक है, देख लेना जैसा होगा, बात करना है ना। हम तो कल और बता देंगे कितना एडमिशन हो गया टोटल। ठीक है, कॉलेज नहीं है तो आप एक दूसरी जगह बैठे हैं, है ना, हम पता करके बताते हैं शाम को। हम्म, भाई, के एडमिशन कितना है? हेलो, हाँ जी, ऊपर में बताइए। हाँ बोलिए ना, अमृत सर के साथ बैठे हुए। पैसा से लिखो ना, देख रहा है, वही तो काम है, यहाँ पैसा है तो बस। इसको देख लेना जरूर।
हेलो हेलो
कर लीजिए, गाँव सबका भेज देंगे, सबके बना के भेजेंगे। क्वेश्चन यहाँ से नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्या जगह जी क्वेश्चन करने का कोई सिस्टम नहीं है। आंसर हो जाता है क्वेश्चन। अच्छा यहाँ से कोई पूछे कि नहीं? हाँ सर पूछे। हाँ वेरी पूछिए।
गुड, बताइए। लंच ब्रेक समाप्त होने वाला होगा थोड़ी देर में।
Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session. I believe you had some good session on the earthquake technologies which are being developed and were carried out by University of Roorkee. So we left somewhere amidst the causes of floods and what are the happenings over there. So in this afternoon session I will, because the even coverage of the types of disaster is very vast, so we'll keep on doing that, and simultaneously we'll take up some other topics as well which are related to the disaster management. So continuing with the floods, the major issue with the damages which are relating to floods is that it is more prominent when you have high population density areas. It is also definitely more when you come across widespread poverty, unemployment, illiteracy, and when there is enormous pressure on rural lands and economy traditionally dominated by the agriculture. Now what really goes about is that see in the areas when the flood occurs, so first thing what happens is that coverage of the land, and if the coverage of land in some even 6-inch deep water takes place, so maybe that the houses are or the other buildings do not get much damaged out, but the first casualty is normally the agriculture, because if the crops remain flooded for a longer period of time, so they get damaged very quickly. So thereby this means that the even small extent of flooding may have higher impact on the rural areas or the areas which are covered by agriculture land. Similarly, uh, if you consider the population spread out, see if you look out in big cities, so we have multi-story buildings, so flood is going to affect only the ground floor, right? So if I say that we have a 10-story building in Delhi or somewhere else, so even the flooding occurs, so the most affected will be the ground floor people. So out of 10 stories, only 1 story is affected. So this means only 10% population is affected. So obviously, when we talk of the losses in the built-up areas or cities, the percentage population which may be affected would be less compared to to the rural areas. So rural areas, you'll find people are having single-story houses mostly, particularly those in the agriculture areas, they have only even kacha houses or that. So the one picture which I showed you, that was from actually Bihar. So whenever floods come in Bihar, because Bihar has a widespread population and which is relatively poor. The other thing related is that if you are having only ground floor houses, so anything which is near the ground can easily get damaged. And flooding is also accompanied by the rainfall, so most of the items, because the people who are poor, they will have lesser number of items, so any loss which takes place is a big loss for them. Children and women are particularly vulnerable because by nature they are not really that, even with all my due respect to the other gender, but usually this happens because male member are able to go to the safety places quickly, and women, they are more concerned about their own children, so they can endanger themselves more compared to the male members maybe. So we have some more issues about that when we talk about psychological aspects. And the findings have been that 85% of the deaths during disasters are that of women and children. So it's based on some data, not simply a kind of hypothetication. And this is from the Center for Research on Epidemiology of Disasters. Presently, we really don't have adequate protection against the flooding disasters taking place. If you, as you know, that we have in areas like Assam, we know from the decades that the floods are going to come, and it's classified as periodical. We have even classified these, that these are going to occur, known to us, and yet we have not been able to do lot much about counterfeiting their adverse effects. In future, what we need to do is that flood control and management planning along with the climatic change. As we said that many of the flooding is also related to other types of disasters like tornadoes, cyclones, etc. So we need to, what happens is we have a separate departments who are looking for these particular sectors. So there's a lack of coordination. So what we need to do is that we need to identify, of course we already identified where are the flood occurrence taking place, but then we need to find out the solutions in terms that whatever is the excess water, can we really find out a safe outlet. Basically mitigation of flooding is two-way. One is the minimizing the flood extent, so that can be done when you find a safe outlet or maybe a type of storage. For example, I know that in vicinity of Chandigarh, they have constructed a dam called Kushalya Dam, primarily for some other objective. But what really goes about is that it doesn't get much of the storage which was expected to be. But if you have this kind of structure built up at different places, so obviously you can use them for storing the water, and you can also use the structure for production of energy and many other benefits. If you carefully see the uh, historical perspective with which Himachal, the state of Himachal Pradesh have grown up in the last 2 decades, what they have done is they have built up many dams, smaller to big dams. So there was only big dam like Bhakra Nangal, but then they had Naphtha Jakti and many more smaller dams. The quantum, because we all know that the flow of rivers takes place from the highest places, Bhagirthi from Himalayas, like that. So hills are at higher level, so the flow of water starts over there. So if you can tap them, store them, and use their forces to production of energy, that's what was done in Himachal. So they have started, they are already selling the electricity to the neighboring states and various departments and earning a lot of revenue from that. So this is basically harnessing the natural resources or diversion of the havoc to the boon. That's a grim picture of Bihar 2014. Another one you could see, and some figures about that. I'm not going to dwell much upon that. But the important is that they were running 146 relief camps to provide food and shelter to around 33,000 people over there. You can skip that. This is the important thing. That is um, the vulnerability of the flood in our country. Wherever you see the yellow, the darker one is more vulnerable and the lighter one is less vulnerable. So you can see that it is not that the whole of India is covered by this, but again you can find that this the more concentration is again in the Himalayan belt side. You can see, so it is more on, and then some on the coastal areas. Why so in coastal areas? Because we mentioned they are the coastal areas can experience the flooding due to rising of the sea level, or also because the cyclones and tornadoes, they are quite frequent and they carry the water there. So those areas are covered in that, and again the central portion is more or less clear of that. So we are in Chandigarh north, all those Gurgaon etc., they are also covered in that. So we fall in this zone which is prone to the flooding as well. Adverse effects we have already discussed, and but the greater is one of the greater from the direct adverse effect is that flooding. Due to flooding, the products get damaged, agriculture get damaged. The stagnant water can be a breeding point for the mosquitoes and other such kind of species which will spread malaria, and the food products also get decayed or storage is difficult. So the likelihood of spreading out of various type of diseases and to some extent many times epidemics, that becomes prominent if the flood condition continues. You might have seen that despite, if you remember what happened in last year in the Kashmir floods, was immediately the danger was more of controlling the hygiene and sanitation conditions in the city of Srinagar and all what, because the dead animals they get stacked up somewhere which die during the flooding. Likewise the food items and many other things which are organic or decayable, they are in the bad condition, so they start decaying. The sewage gets mixed up. The most dangerous thing is because of the mixing of water, flooding, all water gets mixed up. We know that the mixing of water is very very prominent, it is very quick, anything you come in contact. So the sewage water which was supposed to be from the lines, it will get mixed up, and the effect will be seen on the groundwater itself, what is there. So that creates a terribly bad situation, and to the extent that drinking water which is also through the pipelines, that also get affected. So a big challenge is to maintain the hygiene and sanitation. So thereby a lot of teams were mobilized, and free tablets to purify water were served. So all those kind of measures need to be taken. So floods will have the effects not immediately during the occurrence, but they will have post occurrence and up to delayed period. Yeah, we already said it. 23 of 35 states and unions are subject to floods in our country, and roughly 1/8 of the geographical area is subject to that. And recognizing that the program was launched as back as 1954. Sometime they forget friends and foes, and do they have, that's the situation in Kashmir, very recent one. The aerial view of the same place which was called to be heaven, near to heaven. That's of what is this? कौन सा यूनिट है? Yes. Again, I said, the another form is urban flooding. We have seen many floods. We talked in the forenoon also. I'm not going to discuss more, but just that how frequent the occurrence is that in Ahmedabad 2001, 14, Delhi 2002, 3, 9 and 10, Chennai in 2004, and last year as well, Mumbai 2005, Surat 2006, like that. So they have been becoming quite frequent, and I skip that because we discussed without the. Okay, so the last year's information, what really happened is that may be slightly different. In Rajasthan, last year the flooding took place. You remember? We forget. That's a good thing. Sometimes we should forget some of the bad things. But you should forget, but learn the lessons. We shouldn't forget without learning the lesson. Okay. Now, as I said that we are better equipped with the NIDM and NDRF. So last year in the state of Rajasthan, there was flooding and 13 teams. Rajasthan used to be desert. You can see that how climatic changes have taken place over a period of years. So the imbalance in environment and nature have resulted in deviations from the trends, and some of the flooding was again type of urban flooding because they had never experienced so much of the water, so their system were never geared up to take up even the small extent of higher amount of the downpour. So flooding took place. So 13 teams of NDRF, 2 units of army and 7 helicopters were to be mobilized. And simultaneously in Gujarat against 27 teams of army and 16 state units team had to be deployed for the reliefs. Okay, now the cyclones is the different categories. The cyclone, as you can see, cyclone is basically a wind-borne, but it has been listed under the category. Yes, because they are mostly accompanied by the movement of water as well. As we see that, before I talk what really goes to making cyclone is the very basics of the nature we need to understand. We all know that water can exist in 3 phases: solid, liquid and gases. And another aspect we all know is that when there is a rise in temperature, the air gets lighter. Okay, the hot air gets lighter, and then it will move up. So light thing will move up. So if hot air moves up, so there would be reduction in the atmospheric pressure. There will be reduction in atmospheric pressure. Okay. When there is a reduction in atmospheric pressure, the nature is going to trying to balance it out. So the air from high pressure zone will start moving to the low pressure zone. That's a very natural phenomenon, and that is the basic 2 issues which are related to, if you want to have a very good understanding, that's very basic of that. Even in class 5, 6 we have studied. So when the balancing act has to be done, it has to be done in polite manner, but sometimes it is not done in polite manner. If it is not done in polite manner, it is done in the kind of impact, then the damage occurs. So that's all actually is the basis of occurrence of the cyclones and tornadoes, etc. That the light air moves up, it creates a zone of low pressure. The air from high pressure zone is going to move to the low pressure zone. Now if it moves smoothly, the things are okay. If moves violently, the things go out of order. Now where do we occur? If you again, let me see, what happens in the coastal areas is that we often come across a moderate climate, in the sense that the areas which are closer to sea, the air will flow from sea to land side during daytime, okay, and during night time it will be reverse, right? So that's how the conditions are moderate. Now when again this 24-hour basis the changes are taking place, if something goes different from that, so the disturbances do take place. Now this is a picture of a cyclone. You can see it's a, can you see the picture? Yeah, so you can see this is an aerial view taken from above, so it's a satellite based actually picture. And another one which is closer, so you can now observe here that there are two things. One is that it has got a centrifugal motion. Centrifugal motion is, you know, about the center and rotation outside, right? And second thing is that it has more of the concentration inside, right? What you see here inside is a white, is actually the water, okay, because as we said the movement takes place from the seaside, so when the wind comes from the seaside, so it is going to have the water vapors along that. So that's what actually it is. Now how the precisely the development takes place is a matter of knowledge that in different parts of the world different phenomena occur, and there is some variation. For example, one which we are going to say talk about is tropical cyclone. This is all the definition kind of thing. The tropical means, you know, relating to some, you know, climatic zones. Tropical cyclones with maximum sustained surface winds of less than 17 meter per second are called tropical depressions, and once the tropical cyclone reaches wind of at least 17 meter per second, they are called tropical storm. So there are two motions. One is, you know, the centrifugal motion which is taking place, and another is the horizontal movement or lateral movement. So all of us know that the centrifugal movement you can convert in terms of that's actually measured in terms of radians per second, because it is a centrifugal motion, but you can convert in the meters per second. So if it reaches, you know, above 17 meter per second, then this type of occurrence will take place. And when the velocity increases more than 33 meter per second, then it is called a hurricane. So cyclone is mild, hurricane is faster. So cyclone is a spin bowler, hurricane is a pace bowler, like that. Now this phenomena, when it takes place in the northwest Pacific Ocean, which is west of the dateline, that is called then typhoon. And then we also have a term which is called severe tropical cyclone, and they are known to have occurred in southwest Pacific Ocean, which lies at these coordinates. So likewise we have severe cyclonic storm and tropical cyclone. So these terms are specific to the geographical known areas. So but the basic thing is that, you know, cyclone is a little milder, and hurricane is more violent. So the in USA they call, mostly they are called the hurricane. Katrina was the one of the name of the hurricanes. To understand that, you know, more logically, this is what is happening over there. You can see that you have a, now we are going to explain the motions. So what you have is a low pressure zone which is formed at the center, and you have a warm, moist air. The center is called the eye. So what happens is that the moist air can enter from the upward direction to the center low pressure zone, and this periphery is called eye wall. So low pressure zone movement, and from the above the high moist wind ending into descending. So this is causing the this is resulting into centrifugal motion, and by the thrust then this is going to move in this direction. Another explanation of that, how the movements do take place. The red one here shows the upward movement of low pressure and the entering of moist water, and the resultant is, so this is that was anti-clockwise, this would result into the clockwise. So both can be feasible, clockwise and anti-clockwise. You can see that this is a kind of very close graphics of this phenomena taking place, and it's showing you the movements which are being formed in the beginning, and later on stages the movement becomes faster. So the occurrence is at one place, and the whole, so it involves huge amount of the air and moisture, and the movement, when it wherever it goes through, because of the high wind, it will have two-way effect. One is due to the high wind, and when it is because circumferential, it can suck in the objects within, because the center is hollow. You can see the center is hollow due to the centrifugal motion. The center is hollow. So when it is moving, say from up, because the center is hollow and it has a centrifugal motion, so anything which is from the bottom can be sucked up, which comes near the eye. So that's how the devastation effects take place. It's not simply by the speed of actually the hurricane. It's not by the linear speed of that. It is more because from the center it will suck the objects, and when they reach over here, you see the figure, when they reach somewhere here, it can be sucked over here, reach here, and then you can see that it will spill around, thrown out. See, the objects will be then thrown out. So once they are lifted, thrown out, they are finished. So it's not only objects, you can see the houses actually get sucked up. I'm sure you must have seen American movie. What was that? हरिकेन ही था उसका नाम. तो नहीं देखा, नहीं यूएस पिक्चर नहीं देखी इसके ऊपर, हरिकेन के ऊपर जो बनी हुई है. So what because in US they have the houses made of wooden houses are there. They are not made of like we make of the steel or reinforcement. It's a lesser, except the multi-story building, the houses, 2 or 3 storied houses are made of the wood. Even if you go to Goa in our country and some parts of Kerala, the houses they made from wooden planks rather than, because what they realize is that in case of any kind of damage, the wood is going to, a wooden plank falling, it will going to result less damage to the human beings, number one. Then wood has got more advantages. It has got the acoustic properties. It's lightweight construction, so they prefer lightweight construction. Unfortunately, in our country, we are not comfortable with this type of construction, because we always believe someone can drill through the wood and enter the room or house. So it is not secure at all, and that's true as well. It's not secure at all. Those who can even break open with the soldering your iron gate, so they can easily break through the wooden walls. So that's definitely, so it's only used for the finishing works, interior finishing or that. But they I've seen that the big planks made, even in Goa you have the wooden houses. So the advantage of them is that they being lightweight, lightweight construction has its own advantages. If you say the soil bearing capacity, if it is less, you can still construct it because the building load is very less. So the houses can be, planks can be just simply, sucked up and thrown. Even cars, human beings, they can be thrown like that. That is very, very dangerous, the centrifugal action. Now this is slightly more scientific explanation that you have in terms of the solar heat, evaporation, then condensation taking place, energy transfer, energy release. So for the a die-hard person, that's information. Then tropical cyclones, that's what our country experiences, a cyclone, and we have a coastline something like more than 7,500 kilometers, which is one of the longest in the whole world, and its 10% exposure is to the tropical cyclone. If you remember, 70% of this area is in 10 states. Only 10 states are more vulnerable: Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Puducherry, Odisha, West Bengal, etc. And on an average, about 5 to 6 tropical cyclones are from Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea and hit the coast every time. And 2 and 3 are always severe. So they are also accompanied by severe heavy rainfall and river floods. So indirectly they will do the flooding in the rivers also. Now we have experienced that the wind velocity is up to 65 km per hour and 117 km per hour, and wind speeds 119 km per hour to 164 km per hour in the states of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So that's quite a common phenomena occurring. So this is again type of repeated feature, and more or less the occurrence is there every 1 or 2 years. The occurrence is there. The intensity may change. That's a cyclone hazard map. You can again see the coastal area you can see is totally covered, and north is always covered. I don't know. Do you see this region? Chandigarh is covered in most of them. So we are brave people bearing brunt of all the type of disasters, right? And the one which you see at the top is actually because of the less population, the area in Kashmir. The effect because of less population is. Then we have a term called super cyclonic storm. So here the wind speed will go as high as 250 km per hour, and this was experienced in Odisha in 29th October 99. And if you remember, we had put it under one of the worst disasters which was experienced in our country. At that time 10,000 people died. So some of the cyclones which occurred in India and neighboring countries are these here. The severest was in Bangladesh in 1991, which is one among the top 10 disasters till today. 1,39,000 people dying, and in 99 10,000 people died. So you can see the 10,000 is quite common figure. It's 71, 77, 99. So that is being repeated. If you remember, there was a similar phenomena which occurred last year in Andhra Pradesh itself. Okay. Fortunately, the losses in terms of loss of human life was very limited. That was for the reason because they were able to predict the area which is going to be covered by the cyclone. It was a progressive movement. It had to cover and reach Andhra Pradesh from the Bay of Bengal, and the army and NRDF, they joined hands along with district administrations, and they evacuated people from those areas to the safe places. So as a result, the human loss and also the cattle loss was very less, but economy loss is something beyond much of our control. You can't take the houses, to different places. So hurricane is powerful cyclone, which we mentioned. Maybe. So this is a little variation. What we are discussing cyclones, then we have been talking of hurricanes, and again here some picture of hurricane. You can here see that it has a very two different pictures I have selected. This one is a anti-clockwise, right, and you can very clearly see that there is a central portion is whole, and the other one is a clockwise. This one is a clockwise, but again the central portion being whole. So that is the place where the suction takes place, because the movement is somewhere above the land. It is not along the land, it's above the land. It's the movement of air. So if it is closer to the land, then it can be very, very dangerous. So the height of this above the level, that will actually determine the extent of damage it can cause. So we always wish it should be as high as possible. Now this is one which doesn't have very clear, it's a kind of dispersal. When it will be in the stage of dispersal, then the eye will gradually get lost and get merged up with the main material. Now this is what is movement of hurricane, you can see, and the whole of this movement takes place in the lateral direction. A typhoon is similar to hurricane, and they are seen near the equator, and here the winds are very, very high speed. So it's 150 miles per hour. 150 miles per hour means it's something like more than 200 kilometer per hour, right? And 300, it can reach up to 300 miles wide. Wide means कि इसकी जो अपना spread out है वो इतने miles हो सकता है. तो यानी एक सिंगल टाइफून यहाँ से लेके दिल्ली तक का बहुत बड़ा जो है, covering this single from Chandigarh to Delhi, पूरा एक single that can be a typhoon, and that has actually occurred. Now I think let me give a break here, because I want to talk to you something different, but this one I can cover, lightning, thunder and storm, because they are related to that. Lightning everyone knows, but some facts we do not know is that more than 100 lightning bolts strike the earth every second. More than 100 lightning bolts strike the earth every second. So these are little rivers of electricity brighter than 10 million 100 watt light bulbs. What is the intensity of the lightning when it occurs? Is equal to 10 million. अगर आप 100 वाट के 10 लाख बल्ब एक साथ जला दोगे तो उतनी जो लाइट पैदा होगी वो लाइटनिंग में इतनी लाइट होती है, and that travels at a speed of 95 km/h. Anyone has seen lightning? We have seen only in sky. Anyone has seen on the earth? It can make you you can lose your eyesight partially if you see that closely. I still remember once I saw that. It was just very close to, we were playing less than maybe 12-year-old or so, and it was raining. We were just standing in the veranda, and I saw something like coming and then going back. So in the flash of the second, we it was such a high intensity light that we virtually were, I was virtually blind for a fraction or for a second or so. I couldn't see anything, after that lightning. Just then when I regained after a few seconds, then I realized what I had seen. But that was quite a rare phenomena because lightning is terribly dangerous. So if you see that we have a lightning conductors in the top of the buildings, so if any lightning falls, so they provide a safe passage to the earth. And thunder and storm, we all know that. So I am going to now give a pause at this. We can discuss that volcanoes and other types of disasters, because I know that similar type of information, particularly in the afternoon session, can invite mini disaster in terms that you go to sleep. So I don't want to do that. So let me make more, because you want to hear something more also. Now this is I'm going to share with you. It's absolutely nothing of my own. Five years before, actually, it's something like 5 years before, I happened to be at Bikaner, and there also actually we conducted a program on disaster management. I think that was probably the second we did over there. We did an engineering college there, and during that period, very recently, if I say correctly, I think it is more than 5 years from now, 5 or 6 years. There was a fire which had taken place in Jaipur, in Indian Oil Depot. So two of their tanks, very huge. That was a major storage actually. There's a big depot. Jaipur is a big depot. Two of the tanks had caught the fire, and the resultant losses ran into hundreds of crores, little close to 100 of 40, 50 crores was there. And that brought about a lot of hue and cry, and then the efforts were made to do the safety measures more stringent, control against terrorism, and all these kind of things which can take place, because the real cause is sometimes not very clearly known. But any spark of fire, when you are storing the chemicals or products like petrol, diesel, like that, which are very inflammable, you need to be very, very careful. Tomorrow actually we are going to have an expert on that. So we learned that there was a Bharat Gas, is a Bharat Petroleum company. They are manufacturing cylinders, gas cylinders. Now that is going to be slightly phased out in many of the cities with the pipeline, gas pipeline coming. In Chandigarh also they are already nearly the completion of that, laying the pipeline for the gas supply. So we visited that factory. This factory, this unit which was producing and storing the domestic gas cylinders, LPG cylinders, they had on the directions or learning a lesson, they had drawn out a complete disaster management plan. And disaster management plan is worked out specially with respect to the fire, not for the earthquakes or other, because for them it is the most important one. So they prepared a disaster management plan. And we had a demonstration also. After we were taken out and shown many places, then this guy brings us to one particular location where the loading and unloading takes place. And then we say that if you have a kind of fire which has developed or some problem, that's a button we are going to press, so alarm button. So he did that, and then he told us that please move from this place here. So I said, why he's asking us to move from this place? It's the same place there, same place here. When we moved here, then we found immediately there was a fountain of water from the top. It automatically, was released. So means if there was a truck which or a cylinder caught fire, that the water would sprinkle from the top. Then there were kind of sirens which immediately were hooters went on. The hooters went on. As the hooters went on, there was a group of people. Few people we found in a very short while, less than 2 minutes, less than. We found that 5-6 people who were specially dressed. They came out, and they were holding some of something like extinguishers or those kind of things. So that the complete mock drill was done, and in less than 3 minutes time, total 2 to 3 minutes, everything happened as to counter for that particular fire, if it would have if it was a real one. So I'm going to share this plan, which is termed as emergency preparedness, that in case of emergency what should be done. Each of the organizations, that's actually termed as a disaster preparedness. Tomorrow we are going to have an expert, and she's going to explain you what are the disaster preparedness plans, what is the mitigation and disaster response, different aspects to it. So let us see that what this plan has been. The company was Bharat Gas, and that's a real one, so we can say the topic what they said was that to fire order, disaster control management plan and mutual aid scheme, learning from emergency fire drills, security checks and emergency handling procedures during off-shift hours. Now you have two things. One is the on shift. On shift means like we have 9 to 5:30 is on shift. People are already there. When it is off shift, when very few people, maybe security people or 2-3 more people are there, that's off shift. So if you have off shift, that means there are very few people who are actually at the site and can identify or respond or inform of the occurrence of the fire. So you will have different arrangements, on shift and off shift. That's why it is specifically written. If you read it, it's very well explicit. Learning from emergency fire drills, security checks and emergency handling procedures. So you should know what are the emergency handling procedures during off-shift hours. Expectations. What do they expect? Commitment and role clarification of individual team members, sharing of information. Now this happens. Commitment is important. If you are not committed for the reason that unfortunately people think of themselves, but if you have a community feeling that what you are going to do is going to save the life and property, so you are working in an organization, it becomes your moral responsibility to take care of its products. So as a student, like, we expect you that you will not deface the walls. If you have the open classrooms, if you have the library open, so you'll use the library for the designated purpose. And I'm going to tell you a little later, if you have the internet facility, we expect you to use for the educational purpose, not simply using for the social media purpose, because that's what we actually provided you for. So that is a commitment. Low role clarifications. Who will do what? Often it so happens, many things anybody can do, but then nobody will do. If you leave it, not clear, then nobody will do, because everybody thinks somebody else could have done it. So this reminds me of a story, छोटी सी. It's off the track. एक राजा था, तो उसको बड़ा था कि मेरी प्रजा, मैं तो बहुत कुछ इनके लिए करता हूँ, तो मेरी प्रजा मुझे बहुत चाहती है. उसके मंत्री ने कहा, जी आप गलतफहमी में हो. कहता, जी कैसे? कहता, नहीं मैं तो करता हूँ, तो वो मुझे बहुत चाहते हैं. कहता, जी ठीक है, मैं आपको इसका सबूत दूंगा. कहता, ठीक है. कहता है, बट मुझे आप जैसे मैं कहता हूँ चलना. कहता, ओके. तो मंत्री जी ने मुनादी करवा दी कि राजा की जो वाइफ है वो बीमार हो गई है, स्किन डिसीज हो गया। अब उसको एक बड़े साधु जी ने बताया कि वो पूर्णिमा वाले दिन एक टैंक में, हौदी में, 10 मीटर बाय 10 मीटर की हौदी में अगर वो दूध का भरा होगा तो उसमें वो नहाएंगी पूर्णिमा की रात को, तो वो ठीक हो जाएंगी। तो आप सब से निवेदन है कि आप एक एक, अब जिनके पास गाय हैं वो हैं, तो आप आधी आधी बाल्टी या एक एक बाल्टी दूध की एक दिन आप उस दिन वहाँ पे डाल के आए। ठीक है, तो वो बुनियादी करवा दी। तो अब वो जब रात को उनको लेके गए तो वहाँ देखा तो वो सारा पानी से भरा हुआ, दूध की जगह वो पानी से भरा हुआ। तो राजा ने उससे पूछा ये क्या, तुमने क्या मुनादी करवाई थी? कहते जी मैं तो ये मुनादी करवाई थी अनाउंसमेंट, एक एक दूध का वो आप बाल्टी डालना है, आधी एक बाल्टी। तो कहते हुआ क्या? कहते जी सबने सोचा वो तो दूध डाल देगा तो मेरा एक बाल्टी पानी का पता ही नहीं चलेगा, तो सबने एक एक बाल्टी पानी डाल दिया। So that is the commitment. We always expect others to do their job well, and we do not think that what we should be doing. So example has to start from yourself, right? तो ये होती है कमिटमेंट। रोल क्लैरिफिकेशन सबको क्लियर होना चाहिए किसने क्या करना है, बिकॉज इफ इट इज नॉट क्लियर व्हाट रियली हैपेंस इज यू हैव वेरी शॉर्ट टाइम टू रिस्पॉन्ड। तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं ये करूंगा, वो सोचता है मैं भी ये करूंगा, और एक और काम है वो कोई भी नहीं करेगा। सो द रोल हैज टू बी डिफाइंड दैट हु विल डू व्हाट एट व्हाट टाइम। individual team members, that means you have to make a team first, and the sharing of information। तो क्या इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन है उसको आपने आपस में कैसे शेयर करना है वो भी क्लियर होना चाहिए। दैट इज एक्सपेक्टेड, दीज आर देन दी दे वर डिफाइंड एक्सपेक्टेशंस। तो ये सारा उन्होंने उनको अपने जितने टीम मेंबर्स थे, जितने आपके एम्प्लॉइज थे, सबके साथ बैठ के ये सारा प्लान शेयर किया हुआ है। देन इमरजेंसी प्रिपेयर्ड प्लान्स, फायर ऑर्डर, ऑन शिफ्ट फायर ऑर्डर, मतलब फायर ऑर्डर का मतलब उनका ये है कि फायर का जो जो हो गया है तो उसका कौन वो सिग्नल देगा। तो दो उन्होंने क्लियर किए, एक तो ऑन शिफ्ट अरेंजमेंट है, देन ऑफ शिफ्ट और हॉलीडेज, तो उनका मैकेनिज्म डिफरेंट होगा। तो देन डिजास्टर कंट्रोल मैनेजमेंट प्लान, उसको कंट्रोल कैसे किया जाएगा उसका मैनेजमेंट प्लान डेवलप किया जाएगा। ऑन साइट, ऑफ साइट। ऑन साइट का मतलब ये है अभी जितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं वहां पे प्रेजेंट है फैक्ट्री में या जो उनका इंस्टॉलेशन, वो। ऑफ साइट जो ऑफिसर उस टाइम पे नहीं है, अगर वो कंसर्न्ड है और उसके पास उसको कुछ डिसीजन मेकिंग दी गई है तो वो ऑफ साइट हो जाता है। ऑफ साइट में दूसरा होता है अगर आपको अंदर से बाहर क्या हेल्प चाहिए, अगर उसकी एक्सटेंट बढ़ जाएगी तो आपको बाहर से मोबिलाइज करने पड़ेंगे। मे बी यू हैव टू क्वालिफाई ए फायर टेंडर, आपके अपने जो इंटरनल अरेंजमेंट है वो मे बी सफिशिएंट नहीं, सो दैट्स कॉल्ड ऑफ साइट अरेंजमेंट। तो ये दोनों क्लियरली डिफाइन किए गए। स्टैच्यूटरी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, अब किसके बेस है और रेफरेंस क्या है? तो फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट 1948 which was amended in 1987, that is taken as the reference। Likewise section 41B on site emergency plan to be prepared by the occupier। Statutory requirements में rules on chemical accidents, emergency planning, preparedness and response 1989 में जो बनाए गए थे, तो उसमें जो प्रोविजंस दिए गए हैं या गाइडलाइंस दी गई हैं, so they studied all that, because if you have something legal acceptable reference so you should follow that, simple। You don't have to apply your mind because somebody has done। Yesterday I said what is the difference between wise man and intelligent man, so here you have to be wise। If the government has prepared some guidelines or something is available to you, you have to simply adopt and make them implementable। Then they formed a central crisis group। In case of crisis, who will be the group? State crisis group, district crisis group, local crisis group। ये उस रूल्स के अंडर डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज उन्होंने बनाई हुई है, सेंट्रल, स्टेट, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड लोकल. सो in the disaster management plan which are now even being developed for different cities, they have the guidelines under different groups, they fall under different groups. Now this is a document which is emergency preparedness plan for marketing locations of oil industry. So OISD 168 is the authentic document. Then the basics of the plan: first you have to assess the hazard. Hazard assessment, कहाँ कहाँ से हमारे को जो एरिया जहाँ पर hazards हो सकता है. So obviously if you are talking of LPG cylinders, so wherever you are storing them, that is the most dangerous place because the quantum is very large. Where you are filling them, that is one. So the identification they were made कि hazard assess करो कि कौन से एरिया में कितना hazard हो सकता है. Risk analysis, किस में रिस्क कितना इन्वॉल्व है. तो वन ऑफ द प्रोसेस में बी मोर रिस्की इफ द गैस इज एक्सपोज, दैट इज मोर रिस्की रादर देन बीइंग कंटेन्ड. तो उसके बाद टाइप्स ऑफ इवेंट्स क्या होंगे? पूल फायर, टॉर्च फायर, दे आर डिफाइंड डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ फायर. वेपर क्लाउड फायर एक्सप्लोजन. वेपर क्लाउड एक्सप्लोजन होता है कि जब आपके रूम क्लोज है तो कहीं से लीकेज है तो वो ऑब्वियसली lighter gas will move up, so that's called a vapor cloud formation. So that kind of explosion. So different type of fire which can take place in their location, they were identified: pool fire, torch fire, like that. Confined space explosion, आपको कोई ventilation नहीं है, confined space में explosion हो जाता है. And believe, I am not sure what that is. So these were. Then what will be the consequences? अगर ये हो जाएगा, फायर होगी इनमें से किसी टाइप की, तो उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या होगा? हीट इफेक्ट्स, हीट जनरेट होगी तो उसका इफेक्ट क्या है? ओवर प्रेशर इफेक्ट्स, क्योंकि जब गैस एक जगह ज़्यादा हो जाएगी तो प्रेशर ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, उसका इफेक्ट क्या होगा? एस्फिक्सिया, जब गैस होगी एटमॉस्फेयर में तो ऑक्सीजन रिलेटिवली कम हो जाएगी, तो उसका इफेक्ट क्या होगा? सो during fires many deaths take place not because of burning, it takes place because you didn't have the good supply of oxygen, क्योंकि आपकी जो ऑक्सीजन की अवेलेबिलिटी है वो ब्लॉक हो जाती है अंडर द फायर. दैट इज मोर डेंजरस. मैनी डेथ्स टेक प्लेस ड्यू टू सफोकेशन. कॉमन वर्ड हम लोग जानते हैं सफोकेशन. द राइट टेक्निकल वर्ड इज एस्फिक्सिया इन द मेडिकल टर्म्स, ऑक्सीजन डेफिशिएंसी. Then make the analysis of these consequences. कि एस्फिक्सिया होगा तो क्या हो सकता है? उसको नोजिया होगा, मरने की स्टेज में है या मरेगा ही सीधा या कुछ और होगा, तो वो स्टेज की आइडेंटिफाई करें और उसको हम मेडिकल हेल्प यहाँ दे सकते हैं, बाहर ले जाना पड़ेगा. ऑल दिस थिंग्स वर स्टडी. देन एक्सीडेंट प्रिवेंशन प्रोसीजर्स, कैसे प्रिवेंट किया जा सकता है, तो उसकी इन्होंने पॉलिसीज बनाई. Then proper layout. What really happens is, अगर आपने देखा होगा बहुत सारे केसेस में, पर्टिकुलरली जब वो कंजेस्टेड एरियाज में, मार्केट्स में होती है ना फायर, तो अगर आप विजिटर हो आपको पता ही नहीं कहाँ से निकलना है. इधर से आए थे तो आपको वही रास्ता पता है, यू नॉट फैमिलियर. सो अगर उधर आग लगी तो आप उधर, उसके अलावा कहाँ जा रहे हो, यू आर नॉट क्लियर. तो दिस आल्सो हैपेंस इन मल्टीप्लेक्सेस. आप मल्टीप्लेक्सेस में जाते हैं तो नॉर्मली हम लोग बिल्कुल गौर नहीं करते कि फायर एग्जिट किधर है. हवाई जहाज में भी जाते हैं तो वो बोलते रहता है, दिखाते रहता है, तो हम सोचते इसका तो काम ही यही है, इस ड्यूटी कर रहा है, तनख्वाह मिल रही है तो करने दो. पहली बार जरूर सुनेंगे, तो समझेंगे कम, दूसरी बार तो सुनेंगे ही नहीं. तो सो यू शुड नो द प्रॉपर लेआउट. एनी यूजर इन ए बिल्डिंग, they should know the proper layout of the building, that what are the places to get entered and move for the safe exits, और कौन से एग्जिट की कितनी डिस्टेंस है. कोई छोटी बिल्डिंग में नहीं है, जब बड़े आप मॉल्स में या बड़ी बिल्डिंग, इंडस्ट्रियल बिल्डिंग में होते हैं तो बहुत लंबे लंबे गलियारे होते हैं. देन ए सेफ्टी कमिटी who will oversee and find out that what needs to be done. And then safety audit or inspection, which will be done by somebody else, not those who are in the committee, somebody else, maybe even external, or you can have a senior team who will do the audit. They will do the inspection and find out whether the adequate measures have been done, whether the charts have been displayed, where the fire tender is working, whether the people know what to do at what time, whether the team has been specified or not, all this kind of thing. Then work permit. Some things can be done by just training, but something need to be handled with the proper training. So who is permitted to use the kind of equipment? Anybody may not be, trained to use each and everything. By chance, of you, if you will go around and see that in our institute uh, we have the supply of water, fire टेंडर टाइप हमारे यहाँ पे है प्रोविजन. आप लोग सिविल से हो, तो सिविल में आपने देखा है? अभी नहीं देखा? क्लासरूम में जाते हुए नहीं देखा? You can see something on this screen which is miles away, which will, but you may not be seeing what is right there before your eyes. That's slightly tragic. You are going to your classrooms and there's a big pipeline of the water supply and there's a pressure. You can open it and उसकी टैब भी है उसको ओपन करने का, एंड यू आर नॉट सीइंग दैट. वो आपके रास्ते में आती है, लेकिन आप स्क्रीन के ऊपर 2000 चीजें देख लेते हो दिन में. तो दैट्स इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर यू. So they do the disaster control management plan, which is conducted twice a year, and take one disaster scenario and act. So they would do actually the rehearsal also, so that people get trained. People get trained because learning, if you give the theoretical training, you know what is to be done. अभी कुकिंग है तो आप इंटरनेट पे या कहीं भी देख लोगे, पढ़ लोगे कि कुकिंग ऐसे करनी है, ये सब्जी ऐसे बनानी है, तो मुझे पता है जी मैंने सब्जी ऐसे बनानी है, जीरा लगाओ, ये करो. पर जब तक आप करोगे नहीं तो तब तक आपको नहीं पता लगेगा वो कैसे बनता है. सो डूइंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और जब आप करते हो तब आपको पता चलता है कि उसमें कुछ गलती रह गई या कुछ कमी रह गई और देयर इज स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट. तो फिर आप उसको दोबारा करिए और फिर आपकी प्रोफिशिएंसी आती है. दैट्स व्हाट इज वी डू व्हेन यू आर लर्निंग स्किल्स. लेबोरेटरी में अगर आप काम करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स, फिल्म देख ली तो कम से कम पता चल गया अब ये इक्विपमेंट है, ऐसा प्रोसीजर है. बट नाउ डू इट, तभी आपको अप्रिशिएट करेंगे. किसी दिन जो लेबर 300 रुपये या 250 रुपये लेता है, वो कहते थे कस्सी खोल रहे, आपको एक दिन करके देखो, तब आपको लगेगा कि वो बड़ा काम कर रहा है, छोटा नहीं है. अभी हमें लगता है वो छोटा काम कर रहा है. एक दिन करके देखोगे ना कस्सी चला के, वो तो एसी में बैठे थक जाते हैं. So demonstration is very important and this will build actually confidence in the staff. अगर आपने कर लिया, जैसे आप प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हो, तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं कहूँगा कि यार ये करो, ओ सर कोई चक्कर नहीं जी, कर देंगे, ठीक है, क्योंकि अब आपको कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, आपने कर लिया. फर्स्ट टाइम आप पूछो कैसे करना है, फिर वो बताएंगे ऐसे करना है, तो आपने करोगे, वो सर ये ठीक नहीं हुआ जी, इसको कैसे. So the practice, repetition. So that's what actually has to go. Even the disaster response schemes, you have to practice periodically. Then teach mutual aid members. So इसमें जब आप एक जहाँ पे आपकी इनकी फैक्ट्री है या वो प्लांट है, वहाँ पे उसके साथ की इंडस्ट्रीज को भी नेक्स्ट स्टेज में इन्वॉल्व किया जाता है. वो कैसे? आपने कई बार देखा होगा कि अगर एक दुकान में लगी गलती, फायर होगी तो साथ वाले पे भी लगी, तो सफरर तो पड़ोसी भी है, तो उसको भी इन्वॉल्व करो भाई अगर कुछ कर रहे हो तो इसीलिए बिकॉज दिस कैन स्प्रेड आउट टू द नेबरिंग इंडस्ट्री. सो यू नीड टू, you are not going to train them or that, but you just keep them that if so such and such thing occurs, you can even tell them कि आपके अगर आग लग जाए तो हमारे पास ये फैसिलिटीज हैं. That itself is a piece of information for them. And then involve the district administration, fire brigade, और उनसे उन्होंने लाइजन किया हुआ है कि ये हमारा नंबर है और ये सारा हमारा एंट्री पॉइंट है. So they had already invited them and shown them their own complex inspection करवा के कि ये है, and even sought guidelines from them that how they should do about improvement in storage. Then the fire drills and mock exercises are done periodically there, and then they keep on doing training and awareness programs. तो जैसे अगर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में करना है डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का, हम लोग अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, तो 4-5 सेंटर पिछली बार थे जुड़े, इस बार ही 4 सेंटर जुड़े हैं, तो पीछे स्टूडेंट थे, आप लोग हैं. सो दिस टाइप ऑफ ट्रेनिंग एंड अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम, तो दे आर इम्पोर्टेंट. सो आपके अपने ही इंस्टीट्यूशन में आप, सो एवरीबॉडी इफ यू नो हैव अटेंडेड द प्रोग्राम, सो दे विल अप्रिशिएट कि ये जो मेरी टीम इन्होंने बनाई थी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की, इनका इम्पोर्टेंट रोल है. ऐसे नहीं कि नाम लिख दिया और इनको इम्पोर्टेंस बना दिया. दे आर टू डू दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, एंड सो दे विल हैव यू नो द एप्रिसिएशन फॉर देम. तो उसमें कुछ वो बिकरिंग नहीं रहता. तो बिकॉज एवरीवन इज नाउ अवेयर, या कुछ कहते हैं यार ये तो इसके नाम पे साला कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हैं जी, चाय पानी खा लिया, ये कर लिया, you know those kind of words spread out. So everybody knows what is the importance of that, and then they are going to contribute and part pointer. Then response procedures and measures, you have to be very clear कि response जब ऐसा occurrence होगा तो response procedure क्या होगा, means who will take action, what type of action, at what stage. मेजर्स क्या होंगे, ये हो जाता है तो उसको काउंटरएक्ट करने के लिए हम लोग क्या करेंगे, अगर फायर ब्रेक होगी तो काउंटरएक्ट उसको कैसे करेंगे. तो वो सारी चीज़ें इसमें क्लियरली डिफाइन की गई. जोनिंग एंड मैप्स, तो फैक्ट्री का लेआउट प्लान क्या है वो इम्पोर्टेंट जगह पे उन्होंने डिस्प्ले किया हुआ है, सो दैट एवरीबॉडी नोज के यहाँ पे ये है, और अगर ऐसा होगा तो दिस इज द एग्जीक्यूट और दिस इज व्हाट यू नीड टू डू. देन मैन पावर, सो एडुकेट मैन पावर. So it is not a special manpower, you know, one maybe one person. The same people who are already working there, they are assigned the duties. They are assigned the duties, right? जैसे हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में अगर कोई वार्डन है तो वो जो फैकल्टी है उसी को वार्डन, अलग से नहीं वार्डन है. लेकिन आप यूनिवर्सिटी में बढ़ी जाओगे जहाँ पे 10-20 हॉस्टल हैं, तो हो सकता है अलग से ही वार्डन, उसका वो सिर्फ वार्डन ही है, वो कोई टीचिंग वीचिंग नहीं करता. तो ऐसे ही मैन पावर, maybe the same manpower is to be given additional training and responsibility. So who will be main accident controller, communication coordinator कौन होगा, एक बंदे की responsibility है, he will communicate to different people and give the orders. Who will be safety coordinator, जिसने सारा coordinate करना है safety aspects का. And what are the resources, so you have to list the resources. मेरे पास ये रिसोर्सेज हैं, ये मेरे पास हैंडी वाला एक्सटिंग्विशर है, इतना मेरे पास पानी है, इतना मेरे पास फायर टेंडर है, और दिस इज सफिशिएंट टू कंट्रोल द फायर ऑफ दिस एक्सटेंट. अगर इससे बड़ी हो जाएगी so I have to call the fire tender. Who is going to call the fire tender? The communicator. ठीक है, जिसके पास ये इंचार्ज है. ऐसे नहीं कि कोई भी बोल दे जी फायर लगी, तो इट्स वेल डिफाइंड. एनीबॉडी कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग, तो इट्स डिफाइंड है कि उसको बुलाना है तो ये टीम है, ये उसका मुखिया है, ये नहीं है तो ये दूसरे नंबर वाला ये करेगा, ये नहीं है तो ये करेगा. एंड इन केस ऑफ एक्सट्रीम इमरजेंसी ऑफ साइट पे ये आदमी भी एम्पावर्ड. इट्स वेरी वेल क्लियर हु विल डू व्हाट एंड व्हाट इज द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अवेलेबल. सो दैट इज एक्चुअली द. अब क्या होगा, आप इतना सब कर भी लेंगे तो भी कुछ ना कुछ डैमेज हो सकता है, हो जाएगा. तो रिकवरी प्रोसीजर क्या है, मान लीजिए कहते भी सिलेंडर वाले जहाँ स्टोरेज है वहाँ आग लगनी शुरू होगी, तो दो चीज़ें हैं, एक तो आप आग बुझाओ, दूसरा सिलेंडर को भगाओ. ठीक है, यही है ना. अगर आप क्या करते, आप मान लो अभी आपके यहाँ आग लगे तो क्या, यार कुछ बंदे आग बुझाएंगे, कुछ भाग जाएंगे. ठीक है, तो वहाँ पे क्योंकि it is important for this is inflammable product, very inflammable, cylinders are very inflammable. So recovery के लिए दे रिमूवल, लेकिन वो रिमूवल कहाँ से करना है, सेफली कैसे करना है, वो भी आपको पता होना चाहिए. ये नहीं जहाँ आग लग रही है वहीं से उठाना शुरू कर दोगे आप, और अगर आप पीछे से उठाओगे लास्ट से So by that time it would have caught fire, right? So this means this kind of intricate details are possible only if you are worked on them. खाली ऐसे नहीं तो उस टाइम देखो क्या होता है, दो चीजें होती हैं। अभी आपके सामने शेर आ जाएगा ना तो आप भाग भी नहीं पाओगे, कुछ लोग, यू आर डम्ब स्ट्रक, so much is the fear and shock, you are not able to do anything, एक्शन ही नहीं, आपकी टांगे नहीं हिलेंगी, बिकॉज अभी आपके दिमाग में है वो तो खा जाएगा और यू वेट करो खा जाए बस। So that's what actually sometimes happen at the time of occurrence of disaster. तो disaster psychology very different. तो recovery procedure आपको define होना चाहिए, list of attachment and sketches, information to public, ये थोड़ा यहाँ पे ज़्यादा important नहीं है, and that's a continuous work, testing and updating of on-site plans. अब ये सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उन्होंने डिफाइन की है, खाली उनको एक्सीडेंट कंट्रोलर नहीं बनाया, भाई तुम्हारी क्या क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, तुम लोकेशन इंचार्ज के मेन इंसिडेंट कंट्रोलर हो, एक्सेस द मैग्नीट्यूड, डिक्लेयर स्टेट ऑफ इमरजेंसी कर सकते हो, मोबिलाइज मेन कोऑर्डिनेटर्स की पर्सनल को आप मोबिलाइज करो, ये सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, ड्यूटी एंड पावर ये डिफाइन कर दी गई है मेन एक्सीडेंट कंट्रोलर की। डिक्लेयर डेंजर जोन, activate emergency control center, call mutual aid members, continuous review of possible developers, probable courses of events and plan appropriate responses. अगर इसको ये पहले बता देते तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ना लेता, उसको बाद में बताया गया। Responsibility, so you can see this is whole list, ensure first aid, ensure head count, this is very important. ये एक कभी भी कोई भी डिजास्टर अकरेंस होती है, मे बी फायर, अर्थक्वेक और एनी टाइप ऑफ दैट, सो हेड काउंट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। अभी अगर मुझे पता है कि इस क्लासरूम में 26 हैं, मोनिका को मिला के 27, मेरे को मिला के 28 हैं, अब यहाँ पे कोई हो गया, बाहर निकले और कितने निकले काउंट करो, 25, 3 अंदर रह गए, हो सकता है वो गलती से उधर भाग गए, वो अंदर दरवाजे में और फंस गए। So head count is very important, फैमिली में ये ऐसे ही करते हैं, फैमिलीज पे होता है तो आपको पता है घर पे इतने थे, बाहर आके याद आता है ओ एक रह गया, पिक्चरों में तो अक्सर देखा होगा आपने। So and ensure first aid, inform press, टीवी और रेडियो अगर जरूरत है, ensure procurement of emergency material, इमरजेंसी मटेरियल आपको बताएंगे क्या क्या होता है, बट emergency material can be first aid, emergency material can be relating to communication, it can be relating to food, it can be even related to as much as oxygen cylinders or oxygen masks, so depending upon the situation, so that is the emergency material, including torch, including water, drinking water, many items are there. Log important developments, लॉग इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट्स मतलब आप उसको फिर बाद में रिकॉर्ड करोगे ताकि आप उसको स्टडी करके देखो भी कहाँ पे गलती थी और क्या लूप होल है। फिर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन कोऑर्डिनेटर है, उसकी ये ड्यूटीज है। फिर ये देखो मोबिलाइज ट्रांसपोर्ट करेगा, एक्सेस कंट्रोल करेगा, कोऑर्डिनेट विद आउटसाइड एजेंसी करेगा, ऑल दिस एक्टिविटीज। सेफ्टी कोऑर्डिनेटर, ही विल एंश्योर सेफ स्टॉपेज ऑफ ऑल। अब देखो जो पहले वाला था वो यहाँ कुछ नहीं कर रहा, वो प्रेस के साथ कर रहा है या वो कर रहा है। ये सेफ्टी वाला ये देखेगा कि जो मेरी एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं मैं उनको स्टॉप करवा दूँ। तो अब क्या हुआ, आपकी ड्यूटीज डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगी, अदरवाइज जो इनिशिएटिव लेता है सारा उसी के ऊपर पड़ जाता है। जेड़ा बोले वही कुंडा खोले पंजाबी में है। सो हियर इट इज वेल डिफाइंड, एवरीबॉडी नोज जो कोऑर्डिनेटर है भी आपने क्या करना। So this person is separate, that person is separate, so the duplication doesn't occur, the clarity of role is there, and this will result into very, number one, very quick and very efficient response. He will do all these kind of things. Mobilize. FF means फायर फाइटिंग क्रू, जो उन्होंने डेजिग्नेट किया हुआ है, अब उसको डायरेक्शन देगा भी आप यहाँ जाओ, ये करो, वो करो, ऐसे ऐसे करो, पानी चलाओ या कुछ भी है. डायरेक्ट फायर फाइटिंग ऑपरेशंस. सेफ्टी कोऑर्डिनेटर, ये काम है उसके. मॉनिटर हाइड्रेंट प्रेशर एंड वाटर लेवल, अरेंज रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ फायर फाइटिंग स्क्वाड. बहुत बार होता है कि जब लंबा हो जाता है तो आपको, बिकॉज फायर फाइटिंग में इफ़ यू आर एक्सपोज्ड, अब यू वर्किंग डायरेक्ट इन द फायर, आपको प्रोटेक्टिव कवरिंग मिलता है, लेकिन आपकी लिमिटेशन है. यू हैव टू कम आउट. कभी भी आप देखोगे, कल आपके फायर ऑफिसर आएंगे तो कल, हाँ कल, तो वो आपको ना टाइम दिया जाता है. यू विल नॉट बी मोर देन फॉर दैट मच टाइम इनसाइड, यू हैव टू कम आउट, तो somebody else will now go, बिकॉज आपकी उसमें एक एबिलिटी है टू सस्टेन द एडवर्स कंडीशन. फिर वो खुद ही तुम बेहोश होने शुरू हो जाओगे अगर बहुत ज़्यादा देर हो. सो इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट to maintain safety of even the people who are rescuing that. So thereby you may need replacement. So you may have more than one firefighting squad within the organization. क्योंकि सब लोग present नहीं होते और तो ये सारे items. फिर mutual aid, source requirement, source availability, return procedure for mutual aid, ये सारे ये काम है. Joint mock drill करवाना. So if you इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्या क्या है हमारे पास वो देखना. इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम कहाँ पे है, अलग से है या सिक्योरिटी वालों के पास है तो उसका इंचार्ज कौन है, नॉर्मल बंदा है, अलग से है, वो सारी चीज़ें. फिर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, रिकवरी प्रोसीजर. नाउ वी कम टू रिकवरी प्रोसीजर. जब हो गया ये सारा कर लिया कंट्रोल, तो रिकवरी में क्या क्या करना है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन, डैमेज असेसमेंट, कितना नुकसान हो गया, क्लीन अप एंड रिस्टोरेशन, वापस से नॉर्मल कैसे आना है, तो ये सारी एक्टिविटीज़. सो बेसिकली यू नो दिस मीन्स दैट you will have to have very clarity. That is was my purpose of showing this presentation, that each of the institution or school or organization, they depending upon their activities. This is more important especially for industry people. So if you have a chemical industry या कोई भी आपकी activities हैं, the chances of accidents taking place are always there, and many things can accrue out of those activities. So you need to have a proper plan for that. For institutions like educational institutions, hospitals, schools, or public community centers like those, or even for malls, etc., they have a specific needs. If you talk of say school, so you'll have a lot of children over there who are less educated, they need more of the help and guidance. So अब चंडीगढ़ में इन लोगों ने किया, they have done the mock drills in the schools. They have done the mock drills. I attended one of them, I remember, in sector 35 probably it was. So it was a अब चंडीगढ़ में तो earthquake से related ही कर, because that is what is expected to be occurring someday. वो फिर earthquake से related है. अभी earthquake आ गया, यहाँ पे वो सिग्नल देंगे, कहाँ फिर वो हूटर बज जाता है, earthquake आ गया. तो then you presume वो कुछ उन्होंने मोबिलाइज करते हैं, कुछ गिर रहा है या कुछ गिरना शुरू हो गया ऐसे, तो अब कहाँ भागो. अब स्कूल में 1000 बच्चा है, तो 1000 बच्चा एकदम इकट्ठा अगर स्टैम्पीड ही हो जाता है जी, स्टैम्पीड, उससे नहीं, स्टैम्पीड से मर जाएंगे. ये मंदिरों में कई बार हुआ. एक्चुअली स्टैम्पीड इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द डिजास्टर्स. इट्स नॉट लिस्टेड अंडर, बट आई थिंक इट इज लिस्टेड इन 131 में शायद है. बट स्टैम्पीड इज ए टाइप ऑफ डिजास्टर. पिछले साल राजस्थान में हुआ, अभी साउथ में भी हुआ. इंडिया तो लीडिंग है इसमें भी, स्टैम्पीड में. So stampede. So the problem is not because of that, but because of the response, so they need to be taught कि ये वाले जो बच्चे हैं इन्होंने इधर से जाना है, इस गलियारे से जाना है, ये वाले इधर से जाएंगे. दैट्स ट्रेनिंग टू बी इम्पार्टेंट. जाके कहाँ खड़े होंगे वो बताया गया. ठीक है. तो ड्यूरिंग द response period, they are given the training how to make response of them. That's the only training, because उनको तो आप फर्स्ट एड नहीं बता सकते, छोटे भी होते हैं, बहुत छोटे होते हैं, they can't do their first aid, but each of them need to be taught that what he or she should do when something of, because one teacher cannot take care of 40 students at a time or 50 students at a time simultaneously. So you need to first build up that don't be scared. That is the most important. First thing is don't be scared. All of them are not at all that dangerous which they look to be. तो अगर अर्थक्वेक आया है तो बहुत आते हैं, चंडीगढ़ में भी आते हैं, साल में 3-4 तो हम ही देख लेते हैं, लेकिन डेंजरस वाला अभी तक नहीं, फॉर्चुनेटली नहीं है इतना कि कुछ वो हो गया. सो देन यू आर, इट इज बिल्ट अप कि ऑल अर्थक्वेक्स आर नॉट दैट डेंजरस. सो फर्स्ट right. So these kind of training need to be prepared among the people. So what really we look forward out of this preparedness is, first each institution should analyze that what type of adversities of nature or disaster they can be exposed to. Then they will prepare a disaster management plan. They'll form a team, and who will do as it is seen by this kind of presentation, and what activity or what negating effort should be made and by whom. So training and awareness is very important in all that. So I believe it's a time around 4 o'clock. So as I said earlier, we will keep on बीच में हम type of disaster का करते जाएंगे. So but this is important that if you attend program like this, so you should be proactive and understand what need to be done. So thank you very much. Let's ask some questions or their appraisal or their views, whatever they feel like. JIT.
Yes, sir.
Meenakshi madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Shalini ji. Yes, Shalini ji. Yes, doctor.
Sir, we have no questions.
No.
Your lecture was very good, interesting, and very informative.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we will meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We are going to have some experts tomorrow. We are lined up for 2 experts. One will be Dr. Neelam Gulati Sharma, who was to take this session, and another will be the Chief Fire Officer of Chandigarh, Mr. Sharma. So in between a sandwich lecture I will take. Arya, P8, okay. वो PDM जो फीचर फिल्म वाले एनवायरनमेंट में रहते हैं.
सॉरी सर.
थोड़ा लाइट कर लीजिए.
हाँ अभी तो लाइट कर लो, फीचर फिल्म खत्म हो गया.
कर लो यार. Actually, sir, our team is concentrating on your lecture.
आपका टाइम कितने बजे तक है कॉलेज का?
Yes, sir, it's up to 4.
4 तो कल 5 मिनट पहले ही खत्म कर देंगे, 3:45 ही.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
हाँ जी, कैसी थी आज की दिहाड़ी कैसे रही?
It was good, sir. Good.
Okay. Thank you. Arya College. वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ. हाँ जी सर. अच्छा. वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्निकल सॉल्यूशंस, सोहाना गुड़गांव. अगर आपको आज की प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छी लगी तो अपना हाथ थोड़ा सा ऊपर करके बता दें, क्योंकि आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही. नहीं, आवाज तो जा रही है, तभी तो बैठे हुए हैं अभी तक। हाँ, आई एम श्योर। अब तक तो पहुंच गई होगी है। हाँ जी, एनी व्यू, कमेंट, क्वेश्चन? वर्ल्ड इंस्टीट्यूट, तब तक दूसरों से पूछ लेते हैं, फिर वापस आएंगे। होगी, अच्छा। हाँ, अभी आए। अब पहुंचे हैं। आवाज दे कहाँ है? इनको मोबाइल से पूछ लेते हैं। हमें नहीं आ रही आवाज। लिपसिंग का ट्रेनिंग लेना पड़ेगा। The first thing I could get, he said, "Good afternoon." तो फोन से क्वेश्चन पूछ लो, फिर बता दो, इसी पे बोलो। हाँ जी, बोलिए। मेगा थ्रस्ट? मेगा थ्रस्ट कहाँ पे? मेगा थ्रस्ट अर्थक्वेक्स। हाँ, वो तो मुझे पता है। मेगा थ्रस्ट एंड अर्थक्वेक्स क्या होता है? अच्छा, और कुछ? चलिए ठीक है, कल आपको थोड़ा और इसके बारे जानकारी देंगे जब हम बेस आइसोलेशन की बात करेंगे ना, तो उसी में डील करेंगे मेगा थ्रस्ट। गॉट इट। एनीथिंग एल्स? कोई व्यूज? ओके, थैंक यू। सो सी यू देन टुमारो एट 10 o'clock. ओके, थैंक यू। ये मेगा थर्स्ट क्या होता है, ये उसके बारे में पूछ रहे। तो ओके देन, थैंक यू so much to all of you. I believe you